Story 1. My sister showed up at my boyfriend's apartment in a tight dress and told him, "If you ever get bored with my sister, you know I'd treat you better." When I confronted her, she smirked and said, "You're overreacting, I was just testing him." I stayed silent. That was 9 months ago. This morning, she was standing outside my apartment in tears. My sister went to my rich boyfriend's apartment and told him to try it with her. So I exposed her to our parents. I have been dating my boyfriend Adam for almost 3 years. He's kind, hardworking, and happens to be very successful in his career. He earns well, but he's humble about it. My sister Mia has always been competitive. Ever since we were kids, she's had this need to win at everything, especially if it meant taking something from me. When we were younger, if I got a new toy, Mia would pout until my parents let her try it. Then somehow it would become hers. If I had friends over, she'd insert herself into the group and try to outshine me, usually by making me look silly. I still remember when I was 14 and had my first crush. I told her in confidence. The next day, she showed up to school wearing her nicest outfit, sat next to him at lunch, and giggled at everything he said. She later bragged to me, "He talked to me more than you. Guess he likes me better." I thought she would grow out of it. She didn't. When I first introduced Adam to my family, Mia's eyes lit up the moment she saw his car. She kept asking him about his job, his salary, and his apartment. I laughed it off, but inside I felt uneasy. Over the next few months, whenever Adam came over, Mia would hover. She'd wear low-cut tops, flip her hair, and say things like, "Wow, I wish I could find someone like you." Sometimes she'd jokingly ask, "If you and my sister ever break up, you'll call me, right?" Adam would just laugh awkwardly and change the subject. But it made me uncomfortable. When I told Mia to tone it down, she rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, you're so insecure. I'm just being friendly. Not my fault if your boyfriend likes talking to me." Things exploded 2 months ago. Adam and I hosted a small dinner party at his apartment. Mia came dressed like she was going clubbing. Skin-tight dress, high heels, perfume so strong you could smell it from across the room. The whole night, she was glued to Adam. She'd touch his arm when talking, lean in close when he spoke, and at one point she whispered something in his ear that made him visibly uncomfortable. I pulled her aside and asked her what she was doing. She laughed. "Relax, I'm just making conversation. You should be thanking me for keeping your man entertained." I wanted to kick her out, but Adam asked me to let it go so the night wouldn't be ruined. A week later, Adam told me something that made my stomach drop. Mia had shown up at his apartment unannounced while I was at work. She brought a bottle of wine and told him she needed someone to talk to. Adam said she sat next to him on the couch, crossed her legs, and started talking about how lonely she was. Then she put her hand on his knee and said, "If you ever get bored with my sister, you know I'd treat you better." Adam told her to leave immediately and made it very clear he was not interested. He also told me right away. I called Mia that night and asked her if she had lost her mind. She didn't even deny it. She smirked and said, "You're overreacting. I was just joking. If he didn't want me there, he could have kicked me out." When I said Adam did kick her out, she scoffed. "Whatever. Maybe I was just testing him. You should be glad he passed." Testing him, that was her excuse. I told her she was pathetic, selfish, and disgusting for trying to sabotage my relationship. She shot back, "You're just mad because you know I could take him if I wanted to. You've always been jealous of me." That was it for me. I told her we were done as sisters. No more calls, no more visits, no more pretending we're family. She laughed like it didn't matter, but I could tell my words hit her. When my parents found out, they begged me to forgive her. My mom said, "She's your sister. You can't just throw her away over a man." I told her this isn't about a man. It's about respect. And she's never respected me. Of course, Mia told the whole family that I'm overly dramatic and trying to ruin her life over nothing. She's been posting vague quotes on Facebook about fake people and how jealousy destroys relationships. Here's where it gets good. One of Mia's friends, who I barely know, sent me screenshots of Mia bragging in a group chat about what she did. She literally wrote, "I could have had him if I wanted. She should thank me for not stealing him." That same friend then sent those screenshots to my mom and dad. My mom called me crying, saying she couldn't believe Mia would actually admit that. My dad hasn't spoken to her in weeks. And Adam. He told me this whole thing just proved how lucky he is to be with someone who doesn't play games. We're stronger than ever. Mia is blocked on everything. She's been trying to call from unknown numbers, but I'm not picking up. My parents have finally stopped pushing me to make up because now they know the truth. She thought she could play her usual manipulative game and win, but this time she lost, and everyone saw it happen. 2 weeks passed without any contact from Mia, and I started to think maybe she'd finally gotten the message. I was sitting at my desk reviewing quarterly reports when my phone buzzed with a call from building security. The guard's voice was tense as he explained someone claiming to be my sister was in the lobby demanding to see me. My stomach twisted into knots as I realized Mia had found my workplace and was actually here. I told security not to let her up under any circumstances, then remembered our building had a security app that let employees view the lobby cameras. I opened it on my phone, and there she was, standing at the security desk in a bright red dress, holding what looked like a gift bag with tissue paper sticking out the top. She was gesturing wildly at the two guards, her face getting redder by the second as they kept shaking their heads. The camera didn't have audio, but I could see her mouth moving rapidly, probably giving them some sob story about needing to apologize to her sister. Then I watched her pull out her phone and start recording the guards, turning the camera between them and herself while her mouth kept moving. Other employees coming in for lunch were stopping to watch the scene, some pulling out their own phones to record whatever drama was happening in the lobby. The guards looked uncomfortable but stayed professional, one of them pointing toward the exit while the other stayed behind the desk on the phone, probably calling for backup. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type as I texted Adam about what was happening. He replied immediately asking if I wanted him to leave his office and come get me, but I told him I needed to handle this myself, though my whole body was trembling. Just then my manager walked over, having gotten a call from security about the situation downstairs. She asked if I needed to leave early or if we should call the police, her face full of concern as she noticed how pale I must have looked. I asked her to please have security document everything that was happening for my records, and she nodded, picking up her desk phone to make the call. 20 minutes later, after Mia had finally been escorted out, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It was a photo of Mia sitting in her car with mascara running down her face, and a message saying she just wanted to give me Mom's birthday present for me and calling me cruel for humiliating her. Mom's birthday wasn't for another 4 months, which made the whole excuse even more ridiculous. That evening, Adam came over and we sat on his couch, discussing whether we should get security cameras for his apartment. We both knew this wouldn't be Mia's last attempt, that she was testing boundaries to see what she could get away with, what would work to get a reaction from me. Around 9 that night Mom called, upset because Mia had come home hysterical about being humiliated at my workplace. When I explained that Mia had shown up uninvited and caused a scene, Mom went quiet for a moment then sighed, and admitted Mia had been acting unhinged lately, using that exact word. I lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, remembering all the times throughout our childhood when Mia had pulled stunts then twisted the story to make herself the victim. The pattern was so familiar it made my chest tight, but this time felt different, more desperate, like she was spiraling without her usual control. 3 days later, I got to work and found a bouquet of roses on my desk with no card attached. My co-worker Rachel mentioned a delivery woman had dropped them off about an hour before I arrived, but when she described the woman, it didn't match anyone from the local florists we usually used for office deliveries. Something about those roses felt wrong, so I asked building security if I could check the lobby cameras from this morning. The security guard pulled up the footage and there she was, a woman I'd never seen before carrying the exact bouquet. But when we rewound further, we saw her talking to someone in the parking garage first. The guard zoomed in and my stomach dropped because it was clearly Mia handing the woman cash, looked like a $20 bill, and pointing toward the building entrance. The woman took the money, grabbed the flowers from Mia's car, and headed inside while Mia drove off quickly. I asked the guard to save that footage and email it to me immediately. Back at my desk, I noticed the roses were the expensive kind, deep red with perfect petals, and Rachel mentioned they looked like the type Adam's mom loved, which made my skin crawl because Adam had mentioned that exact detail to Mia at a family dinner months ago. Rachel suggested I check if Mia was posting anything online, so I logged into her old account and looked at Mia's Instagram profile. She'd been posting like crazy the past few days, photos of herself with similar roses, fancy restaurant meals, and captions like "finally knowing my worth," and when the right one sees what he's missing and patience pays off for those who wait. Something doesn't add up here. Mia's showing up at the workplace with a gift bag claiming it's for their mom's birthday when that's 4 months away. That's such a weak excuse, it makes me wonder what she was really planning with that whole security. The timestamp showed she'd posted the rose photo just an hour after the delivery woman left my building. That afternoon, Adam texted me that his co-worker Brad had just messaged him something weird. Brad said a woman who looked exactly like the sister Adam had described was at their building's coffee shop that morning asking the barista about Adam's usual order. She told the barista she was picking up coffee for her sister's boyfriend as a surprise and needed to know his exact preferences. The barista hadn't given her any information, but Brad recognized her from the company holiday party last year and thought Adam should know. My hands were shaking as I read the message because Adam's office was 20 miles from mine and she'd been at both buildings in the same morning. That evening, Dad called while Mom was at her book club and his voice sounded tired. He told me Mia had been asking them for money lately, 500 here, 300 there, claiming she needed it for therapy sessions to work through her issues. When he asked for receipts or the therapist's name, she got defensive and said they should trust her to handle her own mental health. He'd given her almost $2,000 over the past month, but something felt off because she never seemed to actually go anywhere on the days she claimed to have appointments. A week later, I decided to start documenting everything properly. I created a folder on my laptop with screenshots of every Instagram post, the security footage, text messages from Adam about the coffee shop incident, and Dad's list of money transfers to Mia. Rachel works in HR at a tech company, and when I showed her everything, she got serious fast. She said this was textbook stalking behavior, and I should consider filing for a restraining order before things escalated further. I downloaded forms from the courthouse website and started filling them out that night. 3 days after that, Adam forwarded me a LinkedIn message from someone claiming to be a recruiter at Tech Forward Solutions. The profile looked professional at first glance with a stock photo of a woman in business attire, but the message was weird, talking about an amazing opportunity that required an immediate in-person meeting at a coffee shop downtown. Adam said the writing style seemed familiar, and when I read it, my blood went cold because it was exactly how Mia wrote. Same punctuation habits, same way of emphasizing certain words. He'd already replied professionally saying he wasn't interested in new opportunities, thanking them for reaching out. Within 2 hours, the fake profile sent another message, this time completely unhinged, saying he was making the biggest mistake of his career and would regret this decision forever and that some opportunities only come once. Adam blocked the profile and reported it to LinkedIn, but we both knew it was her. Around the same time, I started getting texts from mutual acquaintances asking if everything was okay between Adam and me. Turns out Mia had been showing people screenshots of text conversations with Adam, claiming they'd been talking regularly. When I asked to see these screenshots, I realized she'd taken old messages from before the incident, carefully cropped out the dates, and was presenting them as recent. One friend sent me photos Mia had shown her, and I could see they were from Adam's birthday dinner 2 years ago, but Mia had edited them to remove the date stamps. 2 days later, I was at the grocery store picking up ingredients for dinner when I spotted her car in the parking lot, that distinctive red Honda with a dent in the rear bumper. My whole body went cold, and I abandoned my half-full cart right there in the cereal aisle. I walked quickly to my car, keeping my head down, heart pounding as I wondered if she was actually following me or if this was just coincidence. I drove home taking a different route than usual, checking my mirrors constantly and didn't stop shaking until I was inside with the door locked. 2 weeks after that, Mom called and finally admitted what had been going on at their house. Mia had moved back into her childhood bedroom, refusing to look for work, and spent most of her time on her phone or laptop. Mom had noticed Mia obsessively checking Adam's company website multiple times a day, refreshing his bio page and staring at his professional headshot. She'd also been researching apartments in his neighborhood and had printouts of listings within a 3-block radius of his building. 2 days after Mom told me about the apartment printouts, I got a Facebook message from a name I didn't recognize at first. Derek Matthews had dated Mia back in college for about 8 months before they had what she called a messy breakup that she never wanted to talk about. His message was short, but it made my stomach drop. He'd seen some posts from mutual friends about what was happening with me and Mia and wanted to warn me that she'd done something similar when they broke up. After he dumped her for cheating, she started showing up at his new girlfriend's workplace, calling his boss with fake complaints about him, and even made a fake dating profile using his photos to message random women horrible things. I called him right away, and what he told me next made everything so much worse. He opened his email while we were on the phone and sent me scanned copies of police reports from 2019 that I couldn't believe were real. The first report showed that Mia had keyed liar into the side of his car after he started dating someone new. The second one detailed how she left dead roses on his doorstep every morning for 2 weeks straight. The third one, the worst one, described how she broke into his apartment while he was at work and cut up all his girlfriend's clothes that she'd left there. The charges got dropped because Mia agreed to get counseling and Derek just wanted it over with, but she never actually went to any therapy sessions. She just told everyone she did and moved back home claiming Derek was abusive and she needed to heal. I forwarded everything to my parents within minutes of getting off the phone with Derek. Dad called me back so fast I barely had time to process what I'd just learned. His voice was shaking as he told me he was driving straight to the bank to freeze the emergency credit card they'd given Mia. Then he was going to demand receipts for all the therapy sessions she claimed she needed money for last month. Mom texted me asking if I could meet her for coffee the next morning while Mia would be at what she claimed was a job interview. I met Mom at the coffee shop near their house, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her hands were shaking as she held her cup, and she started crying before I even sat down. She told me she'd always known Mia was jealous of me, even when we were little kids, but she kept hoping Mia would grow out of it. She admitted she'd seen the signs, the way Mia would copy everything I did but try to do it better, the way she'd get angry whenever I succeeded at something, the way she'd always try to take my friends or my things. Mom said she and Dad had tried to get Mia into therapy when she was 16 after she destroyed my prom dress the night before the dance, but Mia had screamed and threatened to hurt herself if they made her go. They gave up because they were scared, and Mom said that was the biggest mistake they ever made. That night, Adam called me while I was making dinner, and his voice sounded weird. Building security had just contacted him about an incident in the parking garage. Someone had tried to use an old key fob that was reported lost 6 months ago to access the resident area. When security confronted the person, they ran to their car and sped off, but the cameras got everything. The license plate matched Mia's car perfectly. Security pulled the footage and showed a woman in a baseball cap and sunglasses, but the way she walked, the way she held her shoulders, it was definitely her. 3 days later, Adam and I went to the police station to file a report about the parking garage incident. The officer at the desk seemed bored at first, like this was just another domestic dispute he didn't want to deal with, but then I pulled out the folder I'd been keeping with everything documented. Derek's old police reports, the screenshots from Sophia, the security footage from Adam's building, printed copies of all the threatening texts from unknown numbers, everything in chronological order with dates and times highlighted. The officer's expression changed completely as he flipped through the pages. He called over his supervisor, who looked through everything again and asked us to wait while they made copies. They gave us a case number and said a detective would be in touch within the week. I decided I needed professional help to deal with all the stress, so I made an appointment with a therapist my doctor recommended. During that first session, I laid out everything that had happened, and the therapist's eyes got wider and wider. She told me Mia's behavior was escalating in a dangerous pattern, and we needed to create safety plans for different scenarios. We spent the rest of the hour going through what to do if Mia showed up at my work, at Adam's apartment, at my apartment, or tried to approach me in public. She gave me a list of security measures to implement immediately and told me to document absolutely everything, even things that seemed minor. While I was in therapy, my phone buzzed with texts from Sophia. She sent me screenshots of messages Mia had been sending to their entire friend group, claiming I was having a mental breakdown and that Adam was worried about my stability. Mia told them I was paranoid, making up stories about her, and that she was concerned I might hurt myself or someone else. Some of the friends were buying it and asking Sophia if they should reach out to me or call someone to check on me. Mia's going from roses to restraining orders faster than a bad first date spirals into blocked numbers. Her fake recruiter act reads like someone tried to copy LinkedIn's style guide while having a fever dream about corporate speak. Sophia told them all it was lies, but Mia kept pushing her narrative, even creating a group chat called Supporting Emma Through Her Crisis, where she played the concerned sister. I started changing my routine immediately after reading those messages. Different routes to work every day, going to the gym at random times instead of my usual 6 a.m. slot, eating lunch at different places or at different times, never posting on social media about where I was or where I was going. The constant vigilance was exhausting, checking my mirrors while driving, scanning every room I entered, jumping whenever someone walked too close behind me. I felt like I was living in a spy movie, except the villain was my own sister. About a week later, Adam was getting home from work when he noticed something shiny on the hallway floor outside his apartment door. He picked up a single silver earring with a small pearl, something neither of us recognized. He took it down to security to see if anyone had reported losing it, and that's when things got weird again. The security guard pulled up the footage from earlier that day, and there was someone matching Mia's description talking to one of the maintenance workers by the service elevator. She was wearing the same baseball cap from before, but this time with a medical mask like she had allergies or something. The maintenance guy looked confused as she talked to him, kept shaking his head. Then she handed him something and walked away quickly. Security called the maintenance worker down, and he said a woman had approached him claiming she was Adam's sister who'd locked herself out while visiting. She wanted him to let her into Adam's apartment to wait for him, but he told her that was against policy and she'd need to wait in the lobby. She got upset, shoved a $20 bill at him, and stormed off. He threw the money away because the whole interaction made him uncomfortable. The building manager pulled up the maintenance logs on his computer and started scrolling through the entries from that week. His finger stopped at an entry from Tuesday showing someone had called in a work order for Adam's unit claiming a water leak. The order got canceled 20 minutes later with a note saying the tenant called back to say it was a false alarm. The manager checked the phone records and the number that called didn't match any tenant in the building. He printed out the logs and handed them to us, saying this was definitely suspicious activity that needed to be reported. A week later, I woke up at 3 in the morning to my phone buzzing nonstop with Instagram notifications. Mia had unblocked herself somehow and was posting old family photos from when we were kids. Each photo had captions like "Missing Better Times" and "Before Everything Changed" and "Family is Forever." I took screenshots of everything before blocking her new account, but my hands were shaking. Rachel called me the next morning after seeing the posts and offered to let me stay at her place a couple nights a week. She said if Mia was watching my patterns, it would be good to switch things up and be unpredictable. I packed a bag and started staying at Rachel's on Tuesdays and Thursdays while she worked her night shifts. Dad called me 3 days later sounding confused because he'd been checking their Amazon account for a return. He found orders for books Mia had bought using their saved credit card without asking. The titles made his stomach drop, including Winning Back Trust After Betrayal and Manipulation Tactics in Relationships and Weirdly Corporate Espionage for Beginners. He canceled the orders and removed her access to the account, but the damage was done. 2 weeks passed before Adam's company had their big public demo day where they showed off their new software to potential investors. I was sitting in the audience watching Adam present when I saw a familiar figure in a business suit walk in late. Mia had somehow found out about the event and was pretending to be an investor asking technical questions during the Q&A. During the break, she cornered Adam near the coffee station and started talking fast about how sorry she was. Adam's CEO noticed him looking uncomfortable and walked over asking if everything was okay. Adam introduced Mia as someone who needs to leave and security escorted her out, while she kept insisting she was a legitimate attendee. The next morning, we went to the police station with all our documentation, including the maintenance logs and screenshots. The detective assigned to our case looked through everything and said we had enough evidence of escalation to pursue a no-contact order. He explained the process would take a few weeks, but with what we had, it should be approved. Mom texted me that night saying Mia had thrown her laptop against the wall when she found out about the police involvement. The screen was completely shattered, and now Mia was demanding they buy her a new one for her job search. Mom said Dad refused and told Mia she needed to take responsibility for her own actions. 2 weeks later, I installed a doorbell camera at my apartment and gave the building management a photo of Mia. They added her to their Do Not Admit list and circulated her picture to all the security staff. Adam's company took things even more seriously after the demo day incident. They implemented a new security protocol where all visitors had to be pre-approved 24 hours in advance. Mia's photo was added to their security system, and all staff were briefed on the situation. I thought maybe things would finally calm down, but then Derek called me in a panic. Mia had found his fiancée on Instagram and sent her screenshots of old intimate messages from when they dated in college. She told his fiancée that Derek had been texting her recently and wanted to meet up, which was completely made up. Derek's fiancée was devastated, and it took him hours to convince her Mia was lying and show her he'd blocked Mia years ago. Derek's fiancée called me the next day and said she wanted to help us get a no-contact order. She came over with printed emails showing someone had been sending her anonymous messages at work warning her about Derek cheating. The messages all came from different email addresses, but used the same weird phrases Mia always used. She handed me the stack of papers, and I could see her hands shaking a little. Derek's fiancée also brought screenshots from her work computer showing the times and dates. Adam looked through everything and started making a file while I sat there reading each message. That's when it hit me hard. Mia didn't just want what I had anymore. She wanted to destroy everything so nobody could have it. The thought made my skin crawl, and I had to stand up and walk around the apartment. 5 days later, Adam surprised me with a weekend trip to Portland. We only told Rachel where we were going and turned off our phones except for emergencies. For 2 whole days, we walked around the city and ate at food trucks and didn't talk about Mia once. It felt like being normal people again, without looking over our shoulders. We got back Sunday night and found scratches all around my apartment door lock. The metal was all scraped up like someone had been trying to pick it with the wrong tools. Nothing was missing inside, but my doorbell camera had somehow stopped working during that exact time. The building manager pulled up the external security footage, and there was Mia clear as day. She was spraying black paint on my doorbell camera lens at 2 a.m. before spending 20 minutes trying to pick my lock. The video showed her getting frustrated and kicking the door before leaving. We took the video straight to the courthouse Monday morning. The judge watched the footage twice and granted us a temporary restraining order right there. She set a full hearing for 2 weeks later and had the papers sent to Mia that afternoon. Dad called me crying that night because when the sheriff served Mia the papers, she told our parents I was the one stalking her. She claimed she had proof that I'd been following her and making fake social media accounts to harass her. Dad didn't know what to believe and kept asking me why this was happening. I drove to my parents' house with a box of old photos and my laptop. We sat at the kitchen table for 3 hours while I showed them date stamps on everything. I pulled up Mia's old posts where she bragged about trying to steal Adam, while my photos from those same dates showed me in completely different places. Dad finally saw it all clearly and put his head in his hands. A week later, some random person sent me a friend request on Facebook with a message. The profile was obviously fake, but the message said Mia just wanted to talk and was really suffering, and I should have a heart. I screenshotted immediately, and Adam called our lawyer because that was a clear violation of the restraining order. 3 days after that, I noticed a silver rental car parked across from my work building. It had been there every day when I arrived and was still there when I left. Security went to check it out and found rental papers with Mia's name right there on the dashboard, along with receipts from a coffee shop near my office. Our lawyer told us to photograph everything and keep documenting each violation since it would help us get a permanent restraining order. I took pictures of the car, the rental papers, and the receipts, then emailed everything to our lawyer that same afternoon. The security guard at my building started keeping a log of when the car showed up and when it left. That night, Adam couldn't sleep and kept checking the locks on all the windows and doors. He finally admitted he'd been having nightmares about Mia breaking into our place while we slept. We decided to book a hotel room for the night before the court hearing just to feel safe. Rachel called me the next day and said she and a bunch of our friends wanted to come to the hearing as witnesses. Mia's buying corporate espionage for beginners on her parents' Amazon account. That's oddly specific for someone supposedly having a breakdown. Makes me wonder if she's following some kind of playbook here rather than just acting out randomly. They'd all seen Mia's crazy behavior at different times and wanted to support us. I started crying when she told me because I hadn't realized how many people had noticed what was happening. The hearing was set for 3 weeks later, and as the date got closer, my anxiety got worse. Mom called me the night before and said she was coming to support me even though Mia had threatened to never speak to her again if she did. Dad couldn't bring himself to choose sides publicly, so he stayed home. The morning of the hearing, we got to the courthouse early, and our lawyer was already there with a thick folder of evidence. Mia showed up with her own lawyer wearing a conservative dress I'd never seen before, trying to look innocent. When the hearing started, everything seemed to be going our way until Mia's lawyer pulled out printed text messages, supposedly from Adam, saying he was interested in her. My stomach dropped, but our lawyer immediately asked to examine them, and within minutes proved they were badly photoshopped. The metadata showed they were created just 2 days ago, and the font didn't even match real iPhone messages. The judge looked angry and asked Mia's lawyer if he knew the messages were fake. He claimed he'd just received them from his client that morning and hadn't had time to verify them. The judge spent another hour reviewing all our evidence, including the rental car stalking, the social media posts, and the witness statements. He granted a 2-year restraining order that included no contact through any means including digital or through third parties. Mia jumped up and screamed that we'd ruined her life before her lawyer grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the courtroom. After the hearing, Mom asked us to come to her house because she needed to talk to us about something important. When we got there, she looked exhausted and told us she and Dad had given Mia 30 days to find somewhere else to live. The family home wasn't safe for anyone anymore with all the drama, and Mom couldn't handle the stress. That night back at Adam's apartment, he got quiet and then said this whole experience had shown him we could handle anything together. He asked if I wanted to officially move in with him, not because we were scared, but because he wanted to wake up next to me every day. I said yes immediately, and we started looking for a new place the next week, somewhere in a different neighborhood where Mia wouldn't know to look for us. We spent hours on apartment websites, touring places on the other side of the city, trying to find somewhere that felt like a fresh start. Just when I thought things were calming down, Sophia sent me new screenshots from Mia's Instagram where she was telling people we were all in a polyamorous relationship, and I was the jealous one who couldn't handle sharing. My phone started blowing up with messages from people we both knew asking if the posts were true. I spent the next 3 hours typing out the same explanation over and over to confused friends and co-workers. Rachel called from work asking why Mia was posting about me being in some weird relationship setup. 2 of Adam's co-workers texted him screenshots asking if everything was okay at home. My old college roommate messaged me saying she always knew something was off about Mia, but this seemed extreme even for her. Each message made my hands shake harder as I had to relive the whole mess again and again. Adam finally took my phone away, and told me to let him handle the responses while I tried to calm down. The next morning, our lawyer called to say she was sending Mia a formal cease and desist letter about the defamatory posts. She had 48 hours to remove everything, or we would pursue additional legal action for harassment and defamation. The letter went out by certified mail that afternoon with copies to her last known address and her workplace. 3 days later, I was at the grocery store picking up milk when someone tapped my shoulder. It was Jessica, one of Mia's friends from high school who I barely remembered. She looked uncomfortable, but said she needed to tell me something about Mia. We stood there by the dairy section while she explained how Mia had done the exact same thing to her college roommate years ago. The roommate had a boyfriend Mia wanted, and Mia spread rumors about them having threesomes until the guy broke up with the roommate out of embarrassment. Everyone dismissed it as sister drama or girl drama, but Jessica said she always wondered if there was more to it. She gave me her number in case I needed someone to back up that this was a pattern with Mia. 2 weeks passed with more apartment hunting and security planning before we finally found the right place. The building had everything we needed, including key fob entry at every door and security guards working 24/7. We signed the lease that afternoon and started packing immediately. Mom called the next day crying because she discovered something while helping Mia look for apartments online. Mia had been using Mom's maiden name on all her applications to hide the restraining order from potential landlords. The deception hurt Mom more than she expected, and she kept saying she didn't raise Mia to be dishonest like this. A week later, Adam got an email about an amazing job opportunity from a company called Tech Vision Solutions, offering him double his current salary. Something felt wrong about it, so he forwarded it to his IT friend, who traced the email headers. The IP address came from a coffee shop 2 blocks from where Mia's friend lived. We added it to our growing file of restraining order violations, and our lawyer said we now had enough evidence for criminal harassment charges if we wanted to pursue them. She recommended documenting everything, but waiting to see if the cease and desist letter would make Mia stop first. My therapy session that week turned into a breakthrough moment I didn't see coming. I was talking about missing the sister I used to play with as a kid when my therapist asked me to describe specific memories. I couldn't find any that weren't tainted by Mia trying to take my toys or friends or attention. That's when it hit me that I had been mourning a sister who never actually existed. The Mia I wished I had was just a fantasy I created to cope with the reality of who she really was. 3 weeks later, we finished loading the last box into the moving truck and drove to our new apartment across the city. The security guard checked our IDs and key fobs before letting us into the parking garage. We spent the day unpacking and setting up our new home with its reinforced door locks and security system. That night, I actually slept 8 hours straight without waking up in a panic for the first time in months. The next morning, Dad texted me that Mia had moved in with some guy she met online. He was worried about her making such reckless decisions, but acknowledged he couldn't control what she did anymore. He said she seemed desperate to find someone to take care of her now that the family had stepped back. 3 days passed before Rachel called me at work with her voice shaking so bad I could barely understand her. Someone had called her company's HR department claiming to be doing a background check on me for some government job. They asked all these weird questions about my mental health and if I had any history of making false accusations against family members. Rachel's boss pulled her into a meeting because the caller specifically asked about our friendship and whether Rachel had ever seen me act unstable or violent. The HR manager got suspicious when the caller couldn't provide any official documentation and started asking really personal stuff about my relationships. They traced the call to a prepaid phone bought with cash at a gas station 20 miles outside Seattle. The caller knew things like where I went to college and the name of my first job out of school. Rachel's HR department filed a report with the police since impersonating a government official is a federal crime. I drove straight to the police station and added this to our growing harassment file against Mia. The detective looked through everything and said with the restraining order violations plus this new stuff, she could be looking at actual jail time. He helped us file formal criminal harassment charges that afternoon. That night, Mom called me sobbing because Mia had shown up at their house screaming about needing money for a lawyer. She kept saying we were trying to destroy her life with lies and that she never did anything wrong. Dad had to physically block the door while Mom called the police, but Mia left before they arrived. The prosecutor's office called me 3 weeks later with an update on the case. They were offering Mia a plea deal of 6 months probation with mandatory therapy if she admitted to the harassment. If she refused and went to trial, she could face up to 18 months in jail. I was at Pike Place Market the following Saturday when I saw a woman with Mia's exact haircut walking toward me. My whole body went cold, and I ducked behind a flower stand with my heart pounding. It turned out to be just some random woman buying vegetables, but I couldn't stop shaking for an hour. Adam found me sitting on a bench trying to calm down, and held me while I cried about being scared of my own shadow. The prosecutor called 2 days later to say Mia had rejected the plea deal and was demanding a trial. She kept insisting she was innocent and that we were all conspiring against her. The judge set a trial date for 3 months out and warned her that any contact with us would result in immediate arrest. Derek reached out through his lawyer saying he would testify about Mia's past behavior and harassment patterns. His fiancée also agreed to testify about the recent texts and calls Mia had been making to their house. They had documented everything, including voicemails where Mia threatened to ruin their wedding if Derek didn't help her. The fake text messages with the wrong font. That's like showing up to court with evidence written in crayon. Even Judge Judy would have laughed at that amateur-hour attempt. Adam and I started going to couples therapy together to deal with all the stress this was causing. The therapist helped us work through the constant anxiety and fear that Mia would show up somewhere. We did exercises to rebuild our sense of safety and learned techniques for managing the trauma responses. 2 weeks into therapy, Mom called to tell me Mia's new roommate had kicked her out. He caught her going through his desk trying to get into his bank statements and credit card information. She was now sleeping on different people's couches and posting on social media about being a victim of circumstances. The next Monday, I went back to work full-time for the first time in weeks. The company had installed new key card readers on every floor and hired extra security guards who now checked IDs at the main entrance. Rachel met me at my desk with coffee and showed me the panic button they'd installed under my workstation. It felt weird being back, but also good to have some normal routine again. 3 days later, Adam called me from his office sounding confused. Someone had left an envelope on his desk while he was in a meeting, and it had no return address. Inside was a typed letter warning him that I was just like my sister and he should run while he could. The letter said I'd eventually show my true colors and destroy his life just like Mia destroyed everyone around her. Adam brought it straight to our lawyer, who sent it to the police for fingerprint analysis. Even though it was typed, the forensics team found partial prints on the paper that matched Mia's from her previous arrests. They also noticed the paper had a watermark from a specific brand sold at only 3 stores in Seattle. Security footage from one store showed Mia buying that exact paper 2 days before the letter appeared. Our lawyer added it to the growing pile of evidence for the harassment charges. When we met with him the following week, he told us Mia's public defender was pushing hard for a mental health evaluation. They were trying to argue she wasn't mentally competent to stand trial and needed treatment instead of jail time. The prosecutor warned us this was a common defense tactic that rarely worked but could delay things by months. A month later, I found myself sitting at my kitchen table at 2 a.m. writing a letter I knew I'd never send. I wrote about the sister I thought I had growing up and how that person never really existed. I wrote about the birthday parties she ruined and the friends she stole and the trust she shattered over and over. I wrote about how I grieved for the relationship we could have had if she'd been capable of love instead of just taking. I wrote about the anger that burned in my chest every time I thought about what she'd put Adam and me through. I folded the letter and put it in a drawer knowing I'd never mail it, but needing to get the words out anyway. 2 weeks after that, the court-ordered psychiatric evaluation results came in. The psychiatrist diagnosed Mia with narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial features. The report described how she showed no real empathy for others and viewed people as objects to manipulate for her own benefit. It explained how she'd likely been this way since childhood, but our parents' enabling had prevented her from facing consequences until now. The evaluation said she understood right from wrong, but simply didn't care about the harm she caused others. This meant she was mentally competent to stand trial, and the insanity defense wouldn't work. Mom called me crying after she read the report saying she couldn't believe she'd missed all the signs for so many years. Dad was quieter, but I could hear the guilt in his voice when he said they should have gotten her help decades ago. They started going to therapy together the next week to work through their role in creating the monster Mia had become. The therapist helped them understand how their constant excuses and second chances had taught Mia she could do anything without facing real consequences. 3 months after the criminal charges were filed, we finally got our trial date. I threw up that morning from nerves, and Adam had to help me get dressed because my hands were shaking so bad. Walking into the courthouse felt surreal, like I was watching someone else's life on TV. Then I saw her for the first time since that day at the apartment. Mia sat at the defendant's table in a plain gray suit, looking smaller than I remembered. Her hair was pulled back, and she'd lost weight, making her face look sharp and hollow. When our eyes met across the courtroom, I expected to feel scared, but instead, I just felt empty. She looked like a stranger wearing my sister's face. The prosecutor called me to testify on the second day of the trial. I brought 3 binders full of printed screenshots and emails and text messages documenting years of harassment. I showed the jury the Facebook posts where she admitted to trying to steal Adam and the threatening messages she'd sent after we cut contact. I explained about the fake dating profiles and the calls to my work and the letter she'd sent to Adam's office. The whole time I was talking, Mia stared at me with this cold fury in her eyes, like she wanted to reach across the room and strangle me. Her lawyer tried to make it seem like I was overreacting to normal sibling rivalry, but the evidence spoke for itself. When Adam took the stand the next day, he was calm and clear about everything that had happened. He testified about Mia showing up at his apartment uninvited and trying to seduce him. He described the attempted break-ins and the fake job offers someone had submitted in his name to companies across the country. He showed bank records proving someone had tried to open credit cards using his social security number right after Mia was released on bail. His testimony was devastating to her defense because he had documentation for everything and spoke without any emotion, just stating facts. Derek took the stand next, and the whole courtroom went quiet. He brought receipts from 5 years ago showing Mia had done this exact same thing with his brother. She'd shown up at his brother's work claiming she needed help with her car. Then she started sending him photos and messages saying she could treat him better than Derek ever could. Derek had text messages, emails, and even a recording where Mia admitted she liked taking things from other people. The prosecutor played the recording, and you could hear Mia laughing about how easy it was to mess with people's relationships. My lawyer showed more evidence of Mia creating fake social media accounts to message Adam's co-workers. She'd been telling them he was single and looking to date someone from work. 3 different women testified they'd received messages from accounts using Adam's photos, but with different names. The judge had to call for order twice when people in the gallery started whispering. Mia's lawyer tried to argue this was all circumstantial, but then the prosecutor dropped the biggest bomb. They had security footage from Adam's building showing Mia trying different keys in his door at 3 a.m. The timestamp was from 2 days after the restraining order was issued. Mia finally took a stand and tried to spin everything as a big misunderstanding. She claimed I'd always been jealous of her and was making everything up, but when the prosecutor showed her the screenshots she'd sent to her friends bragging about trying to steal Adam, she went silent. They showed message after message where she described her plans in detail. One message said she was going to wear Adam down until he realized I was the wrong sister. Another said she'd already picked out their wedding venue. The prosecutor asked her to explain the credit card applications in Adam's name. She stammered something about identity theft being common these days. Then they showed her laptop search history with articles about opening accounts in someone else's name. The jury only took 40 minutes to deliberate. They came back with guilty verdicts on criminal harassment, stalking, identity theft, and violating a restraining order. Mia stood there shaking as the judge read the verdict. She got 18 months probation, mandatory psychiatric treatment, and 6 months in a residential mental health facility. The judge also issued a permanent restraining order covering me, Adam, and our families. She had to pay $20,000 in restitution for the security systems we'd installed and the legal fees. Her lawyer tried to argue for a lighter sentence, but the judge said Mia showed a dangerous pattern of escalation. Outside the courthouse, Mom grabbed me and pulled me into the tightest hug. She whispered that she was proud of me for standing up for myself and Adam. Dad stood next to us with tears in his eyes. A week later, Adam and I had dinner at our favorite Thai place. We didn't talk about winning or losing, just about moving forward and building our life together. The owner brought us free dessert when he heard we'd been through something tough. 3 days after that, Dad texted me that Mia had checked into the court-ordered treatment facility. She was in a halfway house for people with personality disorders and obsessive behaviors. The program was supposed to last 6 months minimum, with possible extensions if she didn't show improvement. I went through my phone that night and deleted every photo of Mia except one. It was us at ages 5 and 7 building sandcastles at the beach before everything turned into competition. I kept it to remember there was a time when she was just my sister. Rachel threw us a housewarming party at our new apartment 2 weeks later. We'd moved across town to a building with better security and doormen who actually checked IDs. She invited only our closest friends who'd supported us through the whole nightmare. Everyone brought food, and nobody mentioned Mia's name once the entire night. I'm curious why Mia's lawyer didn't question that convenient security footage from 3 a.m. Seems like the building suddenly had perfect camera angles right when they needed them. That psychiatric evaluation reads like a textbook case too, hitting every single checkbox for the diagnosis. 6 months passed before I heard anything about Mia again. Her therapist sent a letter through my lawyer saying Mia wanted to communicate something. It wasn't an apology or admission of guilt. She wrote that she understood she needed help and was working on understanding why she did what she did. I read it once and filed it away in a folder marked past. Some bridges are meant to stay burned, and some people need to stay in your rearview mirror. Adam found me standing by our new apartment's window that night looking out at the Seattle skyline. He took my hand, and we stood there watching the ferries cross the water. We didn't need to say anything because we both knew we'd survived something that could have destroyed us. The restraining order would last forever, but the fear was finally starting to fade. We had new locks, new routines, and a new chance to build something without looking over our shoulders. Mia was getting help, but that was her journey now, not mine. I'd spent 3 years protecting what I'd built with Adam, and now we could finally just live it. Thanks for hanging out and letting me throw in my clever little observations. Way more fun than talking to myself. Like the video, it helps more than you think. Story 2: after a fight, my fiancé texted, "I'm staying at my ex's place tonight. Deal with it," so I dealt with it. The next morning, I watched her lose her mind. Sup, Reddit, where do I start? Lol, this one is a real mess. I need you to grab some popcorn and enjoy. I'm a 29-year-old male, a union electrician. I make good money, own my apartment downtown, and drive a decent truck. Been with Brianna, 26, for almost 3 years. She's a content marketing manager, makes decent cash, is attractive, and for the longest time we were that couple everyone envied. The relationship was solid for the first 2 years. She had her own place across town. We split everything 50-50. She never acted like I owed her anything. Independent, funny, great in bed. We'd roast each other constantly, watch football together. She'd even help me move furniture without complaining about breaking a nail. I thought I'd found my ride or die. So naturally I proposed. Took her to that fancy steakhouse she loved, got down on one knee, the whole thing. Spent 3 months' salary on the ring because she'd been dropping hints about wanting something that would make her friends jealous. She cried, said yes, and posted 17 Instagram stories about it. I was on top of the world. That's when everything went to heck. It's like the ring flipped some switch in her brain. Suddenly, she's talking about our money. Instead of splitting bills, started expecting me to pick up every check because that's what fiancés do. Stopped cooking. Stopped cleaning. Started treating my apartment like a hotel where she happened to crash rent-free. Even had the nerve to suggest I should get a bigger place for when we have kids. Started talking about how I should invest in our future by upgrading my truck to something more family-friendly. She wanted me to take on a $60,000 car payment so she could look good in the school pickup line. But the real poison was her best friend, Betty. Single. Bitter. Works some dead-end admin job and spends her free time destroying every relationship around her. Betty, Brianna's maid of honor since the engagement, made it her personal mission to turn Brianna into some entitled princess. Every time Betty came over, I'd hear whispers in the kitchen over coffee. Then, Brianna would emerge with some new demand. Betty says you should be paying for the entire wedding since you're the man. Betty thinks I deserve a bigger ring. Betty says I shouldn't have to work after we're married. Each conversation cost me more money and respect. The worst part, Betty would sit on my couch, drinking my soda, eating my food, and lecture me about how real men treat their women. This from someone who'd been single for 3 years and whose last boyfriend left her for her own cousin. I called it out directly, told Brianna that Betty was toxic and trying to sabotage us because she couldn't stand seeing her friend happy. "You're being paranoid," Brianna said. "She just wants what's best for me. What's best for you is getting away from that bitter harpy before she ruins us." Betty overheard and smiled this fake sweet smile. "I just think Brianna deserves someone who treats her like a queen." If that threatens you, maybe ask yourself why. I wanted to tell her exactly what I thought, but I kept my mouth shut. Should have trusted my gut and ended it then. Should have seen the red flags when Brianna started nodding along instead of defending me. The breaking point came 6 weeks ago. Brianna announces she wants to go on a girls' trip to Miami with Betty and some other friends. Week-long party fest. Bottle service every night. Staying at some fancy resort 2 months before our wedding. "It's my bachelorette party," she says. "My last chance to be wild before I settle down." "You're not settling down. You're getting married to me. There's a difference. You know what I mean? Don't be so dramatic." "No, I really don't know what you mean. Explain it." She got defensive, said I was being controlling, that she deserved to have fun before real life started. Real life. Like our engagement was just some holding pattern before the prison sentence began. I told her absolutely not. Call me old school, but there's no way in heck my fiancé was going to party in Miami clubs while I paid for wedding deposits and vendor contracts. That's when Betty chimed in from the couch. "See, Bri, I told you he'd try to control you. This is just the beginning." The fight that followed was nuclear. Brianna screaming about trust and freedom. Me pointing out that wanting to party like you're single while wearing my ring isn't about trust. It's about respect. Betty sitting there, stirring the pot with little comments designed to escalate everything. "Fine," Brianna finally screamed. "If you don't trust me, maybe we shouldn't get married. Maybe we shouldn't." She went dead silent, like she expected me to grovel and apologize. When I didn't, she grabbed her purse and stormed out. Didn't come home that night or the next. I figured she was at Betty's place, waiting for me to come crawling back with an apology and permission for her little Miami mess. Instead, I went to work, hit the gym, ordered takeout, and slept like a baby. If she wanted to test me, she picked the wrong guy. 3 years as an electrician teaches you patience and problem solving. Wednesday night, I found out exactly where she'd been staying. Wednesday night, I'm on the couch watching the Celtics game and actually enjoying the peace and quiet. No Betty whispering poison in the kitchen. No passive-aggressive comments about how I never do anything romantic anymore. Just me, a soda, and basketball. Then my phone buzzes. Text from Brianna. "I'm at Dean's place tonight. Deal with it, Dean," her ex from college. The one she claims is just a friend, but gets weird whenever his name comes up. The one who randomly texts her whenever we have a fight. I'd met him once. Typical finance bro type who still thinks he's in a fraternity. I stared at that message for a full minute. Read it 3 times to make sure I wasn't seeing things. My first instinct was to blow up her phone, demand explanations, drive over there, and drag her butt home. That's what the old me would have done. That's what she expected me to do. Instead, I set the phone down, cracked another can, took a long drink, and really thought about what just happened. This woman, who's wearing my $8,000 ring, just announced she's spending the night at her ex-boyfriend's place and told me to deal with it after letting her toxic friend spend months undermining our relationship. The disrespect was breathtaking, but it was also clarifying, like someone had just shown me exactly who they really were. I finished my drink, turned off the game, and got to work. See, here's something important about my apartment. It's mine, my name on the lease, my security deposit, my furniture, my everything. I pay $20,400 a month for a one-bedroom downtown because I can afford it and I like living alone. Brianna moved in 8 months ago and contributed to groceries and utilities. That's it. She was basically a guest who'd overstayed her welcome. Time for checkout. I started packing her stuff. Not angry, not rushed. Her clothes, makeup, that collection of plants she was always fussing over, her books, everything. Used good boxes from recent Amazon deliveries. Even bubble wrapped the fragile stuff because I'm not a complete jerk. The whole time my phone stayed silent. No follow-up texts, no apology, no just kidding. Nothing. She really meant it. 3.5 hours later, every single thing she owned was packed and loaded in my truck. The funny part, I knew exactly where Dean lived. Brianna had me drop her off there once for some group study session a few months back, told me not to come up because Dean's roommate doesn't like strangers. Should have been a red flag then. Made 4 trips between midnight and 2 a.m., stacked everything neatly outside Dean's apartment door like a professional moving service. Even left a note. Since you're staying here anyway, Jackson. Drove home feeling lighter than I had in months. Went to Home Depot first thing in the morning and bought smart locks, installed them myself while drinking coffee and listening to podcasts. Took my time, did it right. Went to work like it was any other Thursday because it was. Around lunchtime, my boy Riley texted me. He lives in Dean's complex, works from home doing freelance graphic design, has zero filter and the sharpest tongue in the city. Yo, just saw some chick loading boxes into an Uber outside Dean's place. She looked rough. Is everything good? I sent him screenshots of the text exchange. Holy crap, dude, that's some next-level disrespect. Yep, so I dealt with it. Savage, want me to keep an eye on the situation over here? This could get interesting. Do whatever you want, not my circus anymore. My work crew got wind of the situation by Friday. These guys don't mess around when it comes to relationship advice. You kicked her out for one text, asked Danny, our lead installer. She told me to deal with her staying at her ex's place, so I dealt with it. Darn right, said Big Sean, nodding approvingly. That's some alpha move right there. Most guys would have gone crying to her door. My wife tried that kind of power play once, Danny added. I shut it down quickly. You let them get away with that stuff, they'll walk all over you forever. But I was definitely curious about how this would play out, and Riley never disappoints with his intel. Thursday night, I slept like a baby. First full night's sleep I'd had in weeks, without someone sighing dramatically every 5 minutes about wedding planning stress, or how her friends' engagements were so much more romantic. Friday morning, 7:45 a.m. Sharp, sounds like someone's trying to break down my door. Look through the peephole. It's Brianna looking like she'd slept in a dumpster. Hair everywhere. Yesterday's makeup streaked down her face, shaking with rage. Jackson, opened this door. My key doesn't work. I took my time making coffee first. French press, good beans, the whole ritual. Let her pound and scream for a good 5 minutes while I checked work emails. When I finally cracked the door, keeping the chain latched, she looked ready to commit murder. Morning, sunshine, sleep well. What did you do to my key? Your key. That was my spare key that I let you borrow. I upgraded the locks. Only residents get the codes. I'm a resident. We're past tense. You moved out Wednesday night. Remember Dean's place? Her face went through this amazing transformation. Red to white to purple to a shade I didn't know existed. Like watching a mood ring have a seizure. You can't do this. I live here. I get mail here. You get packages here occasionally. Big difference. And you lived here as my guest, not as a tenant. It wasn't what you think. Dean's roommate was having a crisis and, don't care, you made your choice, I made mine. Pretty simple transaction, really. Oh, where's all my stuff? Safe and sound outside Dean's door. Better hurry, though, looks like it might rain. Weather app says 60% chance. That's when she completely lost her mind. Started screaming like a banshee, pounding on the door, demanding everything from lawyers to calling her daddy to ruining my life. The old lady from 4B opened her door to see what was happening, took one look at Brianna having her meltdown, and shook her head with this, "I told you son" expression. That lady never liked Brianna. Said she was too entitled for such a young woman. "You psychopath, I have rights. I've been living here for 8 months. Now you're not. Have a great day, Brianna." Closed the door and put on noise-canceling headphones. Made breakfast while she continued her tantrum in the hallway. Scrambled eggs, fresh orange juice. 20 minutes later, silence. Looked out the peephole, she was gone. Riley called around noon, laughing his butt off. "Dude, your ex showed up at Dean's with red eyes and mascara everywhere. Starts loading boxes into an Uber. But here's the kicker. Dean's got a girlfriend." Silence. "What?" "Yeah, man, Jessica. She's been living there for 6 months." Apparently, the roommate crisis was Jessica finding out some other chick had spent the night, and was claiming to be Dean's friend who needed a place to crash. This kept getting better. So Jessica comes home from her night shift, she's a nurse, finds your ex's stuff piled outside the door, and Brianna inside making a breakfast like she owns the place. The screaming match could be heard 3 floors down. No way. The building manager had to come up and sort it out. Dean's trying to explain to both women. Jessica's threatening to leave. And your ex is crying about being homeless. It was better than reality TV. Get this. Brianna actually tried to convince Jessica that she was Dean's emotional support friend and needed to stay for her mental health. Jessica told Brianna if she wasn't gone in 5 minutes, she was calling the cops. Where is she now? Betty picked her up in some beat-up car. But Jessica made Dean promise that if your ex shows up again, he's calling the cops. She doesn't play games, smart woman, but I had a feeling this was just the beginning. Friday afternoon, I get a call from building security. "Mr. Jackson, there's someone here claiming to be your fiancé who wants us to let her up. She's not my fiancé anymore. Don't let her up. She's, pretty upset about that." Making quite a scene in the lobby. Something about her rights and how you're stealing from her. Not my problem. Thanks, Tony. But Saturday brought a whole new level of crazy that I wasn't prepared for. Saturday morning, I'm enjoying coffee and scrolling through my phone when Tony from building security calls. "Jackson, you need to come down to the lobby. Now your ex is here with some older guy and a middle-aged woman claiming they have legal rights to enter your apartment. Be right down." I throw on clothes and head downstairs. There's Brianna with her dad, Richard, and her mom, Grace, looking like they're ready for war. Richard's holding a manila folder and wearing his "I mean business" expression. Grace is standing with her arms crossed, the "I want to speak to your manager" pose. Brianna's dressed up like she's going to court. Tony wouldn't let them up without my permission. Guy is a former Marine, doesn't take crap from anyone. Richard starts immediately. "Jackson, what's this nonsense about making my daughter homeless?" "Morning, Richard." "Grace." I nod to her. "I didn't make anyone homeless. I ended our engagement after she chose to spend the night at her ex's place and told me to deal with it." Grace jumps in before Richard can respond. "You can't just throw people out. She has rights, she's been living here. As my guest, Grace never signed a lease, never paid rent, never established legal residency. That's ridiculous. She was practically your wife." I pull out my phone, show them the screenshot. "I'm at Dean's place tonight. Deal with it. That's not how wives talk to husbands." Richard's eye twitches. Grace's mouth drops open. She explained that it was innocent, Richard says. "You're overreacting." "That's not explaining, Richard. That's a declaration of war." Grace tries the guilt angle. "She made one mistake, one text. You're destroying her life over nothing." "She destroyed her own life with that text. I just responded accordingly." Richard's folder comes out. "We're prepared to file suit for illegal eviction and theft. Please do. I'd love to show a judge the text where your daughter announced she was staying elsewhere and the building security footage of me peacefully moving her belongings. Also happy to provide documentation that she was never on any lease, never received mail here, and never established legal residency." The folder goes back down. Richard realizes they're screwed. That's when Brianna tries the manipulation route. Tears start flowing. Voice gets all breathy and pathetic. "Baby, please, this is crazy. I made one mistake. One text. We can fix this. We just did fix it. You're free to stay wherever you want. And I'm free from someone who thinks deal with it is appropriate communication with their fiancé. I didn't mean it like that." "Right." Grace is getting red-faced. "You're being cruel. She's devastated. Look at her." I looked at her and she looked like a snotty raccoon having a meltdown. Too late. People make mistakes. Some mistakes have consequences, Grace. This is what consequences look like. Grace turns to Tony, our security guard. You heard him, he's being abusive. You need to let us up there. Tony, stone-faced. Ma'am, I heard a man exercise his legal right to remove someone from his own apartment. If you keep yelling, I'm calling the police. Richard realizes they're not getting anywhere. Come on, Brianna, we'll figure something else out. As they're leaving, I hear Grace hiss. I can't believe you're not making him give her money. And Brianna's response was, he's supposed to take care of me. That's what men do. The look of pure shock on Richard's face when he heard his daughter's entitlement was worth everything I'd been through. But Sunday brought the nuclear option. And that's when I stopped finding any of this funny. Sunday morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls from random numbers, not Brianna. I blocked her after the lobby confrontation. These were from mutual friends, all asking the same question. What the heck is happening? Checked social media. Oh, it was a masterpiece. Brianna had posted this 3-paragraph sob story on Facebook about being suddenly abandoned by someone she trusted completely. How I'd become controlling and abusive after the engagement. How she was homeless and terrified because of my violent tendencies. Even threw in some nonsense about me monitoring her phone and isolating her from friends. Real victim here. Betty was leading the charge in the comments like some deranged PR manager. I always knew he had anger issues. Brianna is so brave for speaking out. Jackson fooled us all, but I never trusted him. The echo chamber was in full effect with her flying monkeys calling me every name in the book. But here's where Betty made her first mistake. She started her own Facebook post about supporting survivors and how she'd always seen the red flags with me. Posted photos from our double dates with captions like, I should have protected her from this monster. I posted exactly one response. A screenshot of her text and my simple, okay reply. Nothing else. Let the evidence speak for itself. The tide started turning in the comments, my friends asking for context, her friends demanding I tell the truth about what I'd done to her. Then Jessica, Dean's girlfriend, dropped a nuclear bomb. Is this why you showed up at my apartment with boxes claiming to be Dean's girlfriend while I was standing right there after spending the night uninvited? Post deleted within 10 minutes, but screenshots live forever and about 50 people had already captured it. Betty went full attack dog on her own Facebook posting about how I was manipulating the narrative and gaslighting everyone. The girl was unhinged. Quick pause, fellas. YouTube just dropped this new hype feature. If you're hooked on this story, smash that hype button. It tells YouTube this video deserves to blow up and it keeps even crazier stories coming your way. Thanks so much for your support. All right, back to the drama. Monday brought the wellness check. 2 cops at my door looking bored out of their minds. Sir, we got a call about someone threatening self-harm at this address. Let me guess, my ex-fiancé called it in. We can't say who called, but yeah. Invited them in, made coffee, showed them the text exchange, explained the timeline. So she announced she was staying at her ex's place. You packed her stuff and took it there, and now she's saying you're having a meltdown. That about sums it up. Officers, are you feeling okay? Any thoughts of hurting yourself or others? Officers, I haven't been this happy in months. Just annoyed that she's wasting your time and taxpayer resources with false reports. They documented it as a malicious call and warned me she might escalate. One of them even said, we see this a lot. X makes bad decisions, faces consequences, then tries to weaponize the system. Keep your documentation handy. Smart advice. Wednesday morning brought something that made me realize this wasn't just petty drama anymore. Credit monitoring alert on my phone. Attempted credit application using your social security number. Someone had tried to open a store credit card in my name, failed because the phone number didn't match my file, but they had my SSN, date of birth, and my old address from college. One guess who? I called the credit company immediately. They confirmed all the details. Attempted $2,000 limit card, all my personal information, wrong phone number. Froze my credit across all 3 bureaus. Then I called the police. The officer taking my statement was the same one from the wellness check. Your ex-fiancée again? Yep, she's escalating. Identity theft's a felony, Jackson. This is serious now. No more games. Filed a formal report. Got a case number. The officer suggested I hire a lawyer and consider a restraining order. This won't be the last attempt. He was right. Thursday, I got notifications that someone was trying to reset my email password, my bank password, even my PlayStation account. All attempts were going to an email address I didn't recognize. Friday, Riley called with an update that had me seeing red. Dude, your psycho ex convinced Dean to let her stay just until she gets back on her feet. That was 3 weeks ago. She's completely taken over their apartment. What do you mean? Rearranged the furniture, threw away Jessica's stuff, keeps talking about how you're going to come to your senses and beg her to come back. She's completely delusional. The audacity was staggering. Jessica's ready to move out. Dean's terrified of both women at this point. Oh, and she tried to order $300 worth of groceries delivered to their place using your credit card. She what? Delivery guy showed up with bags of expensive stuff. Organic this, gluten-free that. The whole Whole Foods experience. Dean had no idea what was going on. When they called the number on the order, it was your card. Dean refused the delivery and reported it to the store. Another felony. Perfect, but wait, it gets better. She's been telling everyone in the building that Dean's her new boyfriend and they're working things out. Posted Instagram stories from his apartment, talking about new beginnings and finding real love. Jessica saw them and went ballistic. That's when I decided it was time to go nuclear. But first, I had some business to take care of. Time to return that $8,000 ring. Monday morning, I hired Nora, a lawyer who specializes in harassment and cyberstalking cases. Found her through a buddy at work whose ex tried similar stuff. Cost me $3,500 up front, but after the credit card fraud attempt, I was done playing games. First thing she did was send cease and desist letters to Brianna, Richard, Grace, Betty, and every flying monkey who'd been harassing me. The letters were beautiful. Outlined everything from the false wellness check to the attempted identity theft, made it clear that any further contact would result in immediate legal action. Most of Brianna's friends backed off immediately. Richard actually responded through his own lawyer with a formal apology, saying he was unaware of his daughter's escalating behavior and would ensure no further contact. Betty's response was priceless. This is harassment. Brianna is the victim here. Jackson is trying to silence us. Nora fired back with a 2-page letter explaining how criminal law works. Your client's friend has committed multiple felonies. Any further communication from you will be considered obstruction of justice and reported to the appropriate authorities. Radio silence after that. But before we move forward with prosecution, I had one more thing to handle. I asked her about the ring situation. In this state, if the engagement is broken by the recipient, the ring goes back to the giver. It's considered a conditional gift. Perfect. I still had the receipt, the appraisal, and the insurance documentation. Nora drew up a formal demand letter requiring Brianna to return the ring within 72 hours or face civil action for conversion and theft. The letter was delivered to Betty's apartment, where Brianna was still crashing. Tuesday, my phone exploded. Brianna had gotten a burner phone and was calling me from different numbers, screaming about how the ring was hers and I had no right to take it back. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back because you're having a tantrum. Read the letter, Brianna. I'm not giving you anything. This ring is mine. I earned it. You earned it by telling me to deal with you staying at your ex's place. Interesting payment plan. That's when she really lost her mind, started screaming about how she was going to destroy me, how she'd never give the ring back, how I was a psychopath for wanting it. See you in court then. Wednesday, Riley called with the play-by-play. Dude, your ex is having a complete meltdown over here. She's been screaming at Betty about the ring, crying, throwing things. Betty's getting sick of her nonsense. What do you mean? Apparently, Brianna's been treating Betty's place like a hotel, eating all her food, using her car without asking, bringing random dudes back for revenge hookups, leaving messes everywhere. Betty finally snapped and told her to grow up and handle her problems like an adult. Oh no, the sisterhood was cracking. Brianna started crying about how Betty was supposed to support her and be on her side, and Betty told her that supporting someone doesn't mean enabling their delusions. They had a huge fight. Brianna stormed out and Betty changed her locks. Where's she staying now? Back with Mommy and Daddy. But here's the thing. Grace has been calling Betty, screaming about how she abandoned Brianna and ruined her life. Betty posted on Facebook telling Grace to control her psycho daughter before she ends up in jail. The house of cards was collapsing. Thursday brought news that made my day. The DA's office is moving forward with prosecution, Nora said. Multiple counts of identity theft, attempted fraud, filing false reports, and cyberstalking. They want her arrested. When? Tomorrow morning. And Jackson, she still hasn't returned the ring. That's another felony. Theft of property over $5,000 or Lowe's. Christmas came early this year, but Friday brought something that made me realize this wasn't over yet. Friday morning, I'm having coffee when Nora calls. She's been arrested. Multiple felony charges plus the ring theft. But Jackson, there's a problem. What? She claims the ring is lost, says she can't remember where she put it. Either she's lying or she sold it. Great. My investigator is checking local pawn shops and jewelry stores. If she sold it, that's another felony. Saturday, Riley called me, laughing hard. Dude, you're not going to believe this. LMAO. 2 cop cars just pulled up to Betty's apartment complex. Your ex got arrested while she was there begging Betty to take her back. You can't be serious. She's screaming about how this is all your fault. Betty's standing in the doorway telling the cops she doesn't know her. Half the complex is outside watching the show. The mental image was perfect. They just put her in the car. She's still screaming. This is better than Netflix. Oh, and Grace showed up right as they were driving away, started yelling at Betty about how this is her fault for abandoning Brianna. Betty told her to buzz off and slammed the door. 2 hours later, she's been arrested and charged. Bail hearing is Monday. But with multiple felony counts and a pattern of escalating behavior, she'll likely be held until trial. And with her record, she could be looking at 3 to 5 years, if convicted on all counts. The identity theft alone carries mandatory minimums in this state. The next day, word was already spreading through our mutual friend group. My buddy Chris called, laughing. Dude, half the people at my bachelor party heard about Brianna getting arrested. Tommy said his girlfriend saw the mugshot on Facebook. Betty posted it with some sob story about the justice system failing women. Betty posted her mugshot. Yeah, but it backfired. Everyone's commenting about how crazy Brianna looks and asking what she actually did. Betty's trying to control the narrative, but people are Googling the charges. Identity theft. Fraud, stalking. It's all public record now. Monday's bail hearing was a mess. Brianna showed up looking like she'd been living rough, unwashed hair, wrinkled clothes, bags under her eyes. Her public defender argued for release on recognizance, claiming she was a young woman dealing with emotional trauma from an abusive relationship. Right, young woman. The prosecutor laid out the timeline of escalating criminal behavior. False reports. Identity theft, attempted fraud, harassment despite cease and desist orders, attempted employment sabotage, and theft of an $8,000 engagement ring. The judge looked at the evidence for about 30 seconds. Bail set at $50,000. Defendant is ordered to have no contact with the victim and to surrender her passport. Richard had to mortgage his house to get her out. I almost felt bad for the guy. Grace was in the courtroom, making snide comments loud enough for everyone to hear about how I was destroying an innocent girl's life. The bailiff had to tell her to be quiet twice. The restraining order hearing was even better. Brianna's lawyer tried the woman's scorned angle, claiming she was emotionally devastated and not thinking clearly. The judge wasn't buying it. 5-year restraining order granted. Any contact whatsoever results in immediate arrest and jail time. But here's the kicker. Word travels fast in the content marketing world. Getting arrested for cybercrimes when your job requires digital trust, that's career ending. She was fired before she even made bail, and with her criminal charges pending, she's basically blacklisted from the entire industry. No one's hiring someone facing felony cyberstalking charges. 3 months later, she'd moved back in with her parents in Ohio, at 26, living in her childhood bedroom, unemployed, facing felony charges, and still no ring. Nora's investigator found it at a pawn shop downtown. Brianna had sold it for $2,000 on 2 days after I kicked her out. We got it back, and now she's facing an additional charge for selling stolen property. Richard sent one final message through lawyers. A check for $6,200 to cover all the fraudulent charges and my legal fees included a note. I'm ashamed of my daughter's behavior and want to make this right. I kept the money. Richard was a decent guy who got stuck with a nightmare daughter and a wife who enabled her every tantrum. The trial was scheduled for 6 months out, but Brianna's lawyer pushed for a plea deal. 2 years probation, full restitution, mandatory anger management counseling, and the restraining order stays in effect. She took it rather than risk 5 years in prison. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. 3 months into her probation, I started dating Lee, a veterinarian who owns her own practice. Smart, pays her own bills, and has never once told me to deal with anything. That's when Brianna's stalking and harassment kicked into high gear again. 6 months later, I'm doing great, still in my apartment, picked up some overtime shifts that bumped my pay grade, and Lee and I are solid. The Brianna nightmare felt like ancient history until she found out about Lee through social media. Then the harassment started all over again. She created fake Instagram accounts to stalk Lee's veterinary practice page, leaving one-star reviews claiming Lee was unprofessional and stole someone's fiancé. Lee handled it like a champ, screenshotted everything, reported it to the platforms, and told me she wasn't going to let some pathetic ex incomplete as original text cuts off. But Brianna wasn't done. She started showing up at Lee's clinic, claiming she needed to discuss something important with her. Lee's receptionist recognized her from the photos I'd shown and called security every time. Then this happened. The breaking point came at our mutual friend Chris's wedding. I almost didn't go because there was a chance she might show up, but Lee convinced me we shouldn't let my psycho ex incomplete as original text cuts off. She said, "Isn't she supposed to be on probation and banned from contacting you?" Riley met us there. He'd been looking forward to this wedding for weeks, partly because he's friends with Chris, but mostly because he'd been hoping for exactly what ended up happening. The ceremony went fine. Cocktail hour was great. Good food, better drinks, people I hadn't seen in ages. I was finally relaxing when Riley grabbed my arm with this evil grin. "Dude, don't look now, but guess who just stumbled in looking like a complete disaster?" I looked anyway. There she was, weaving through the entrance in a wrinkled dress that looked like she'd slept in it, clearly intoxicated. "Oh, this is about to be legendary," Riley said, pulling out his phone. "I'm getting all of this. This is going straight to the group chat." Brianna spotted me across the room and made a beeline, knocking over a centerpiece and stepping on someone's foot along the way. "Jackson," she slurred, loud enough for the entire reception to hear. "There you are. I knew you'd be here." Conversations died. Heads turned. Phones came out. The DJ actually turned the music down. "Leave. There's a restraining order and you're violating your probation. Screw your restraining order. I came here to talk to you to make you understand." Lee stepped closer to me, ready for whatever was about to happen. Security was already moving in our direction, but Riley held up a hand. He wanted to see this play out. "Understand what?" I kept my voice calm. "That you made a mistake. That we belong together. I forgive you for everything. The arrest, the lawyers, all of it. We can start over." The delusion was unbelievable. She actually thought this was romantic. "Brianna, we're done. We've been done for over a year. No, you're just being stubborn. And this?" She glared at Lee with pure hatred. "This is your pathetic rebound, your downgrade. She's not even that pretty." That's when Riley stepped forward with the biggest grin I've ever seen. "Oh, this is perfect. Brianna, meet Lee. She's a veterinarian who owns her own practice, drives her own car, and has never once committed identity theft." Crazy standards, right? The crowd was eating this up. Someone started live streaming on Instagram. Brianna's face went red. "Screw you, you don't know what you're talking about. She's a witch who stole my man." "Your man?" Riley laughed. "Lady, you told him to deal with you staying at your ex's place. That's not how you keep a man. That's how you get screwed." Right on cue, 2 security guards appeared. "Ma'am, you need to leave immediately." "No, I'm not done. Jackson, please, you have to listen to me. I love you." She tried to grab my arm. I stepped back. Security moved in. "This is harassment. This is illegal. I'll sue everyone here." "With what lawyer?" Riley called out as they started escorting her toward the exit. "Didn't Daddy already spend his retirement money bailing you out of jail?" The crowd was loving it. Even the bride and groom were watching from the head table, trying not to laugh. As they dragged her toward the door, she made one last desperate play. "Jackson, remember what we had. Remember how good it was before you ruined everything." Riley cupped his hands around his mouth. Yeah, the best part is when he ruined everything. The entire reception erupted. People were recording, laughing, applauding. Someone started chanting, "Deal with it, deal with it." Her final scream as security pushed her out the door, "I hate all of you. Lee's ugly and Jackson's a loser," Riley's parting shot. If that were true, you wouldn't be here begging for him back, sweetie. The whole thing was on social media within minutes. Just Deal With It started trending locally with the caption, "When keeping it real goes wrong." By Monday morning, it had gone viral with over 200,000 views. Chris the groom found me later that night. "Dude, I'm sorry about the drama. I had no idea she'd show up. Not your fault, man. Thanks for having security handle it." Are you kidding? That was the best entertainment we could have asked for. My wedding's going to be remembered forever now. I got a call from Nora Tuesday morning. "Your ex violated her restraining order at a public event with about 50 witnesses and video evidence. The DA wants to revoke her probation and send her to jail. She's also facing additional charges for the harassment of your girlfriend. Interested in pressing charges? Absolutely. Last I heard, she's doing 18 months in county lockup. She wanted me to deal with it. I did, on my terms. The lesson is simple. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." Peace out, Reddit. Story 3. My name's Matt. I'm 27, and I used to think that if I kept my head down, paid my dues, and didn't stir the pot, my family would eventually start seeing me as more than just the responsible one. You know, the fallback guy, the one who helps without being asked, who lends money just until Friday, who always shows up to fix whatever's broken but never gets invited to anything that's whole. I've spent most of my adult life trying to convince myself that this role, the quiet provider, was something to be proud of. And maybe it was, until last month. It was a Wednesday evening. I remember because I'd just gotten back from a work trip, bag still at my feet, when I got the group text from my dad. "Family dinner at 6. Be there. Big update." No punctuation, no please, just a command like always. I should have said no, should have made up a meeting or claimed I was still out of town. But instead, like I always did, I shoved my exhaustion down, threw on a clean shirt, and drove over to my parents' place. The usual suspects were there, Mom bustling in the kitchen like she was feeding royalty, Dad seated at the head of the table like a CEO, and my younger brother Jason slouched at the opposite end, scrolling through his phone like he was allergic to eye contact. Jason's 2 years younger than me, but you'd never guess it by the way he acts. The guy has this talent for doing the absolute least and still getting treated like a hero for breathing. Got kicked out of college twice. Burned through 3 jobs in a year. And somehow, every time he messes up, it becomes someone else's responsibility to catch him. Dinner started off as expected. Small talk about the neighbors, questions about my job that no one really listened to the answers for, and the usual praise session for Jason, who had apparently decided to take a break for his mental health. That's code for he quit his job again because he didn't like getting up before noon. I didn't say anything. I've learned that silence is safer than sarcasm in my family. Then, just as I was about to excuse myself for the night, my dad cleared his throat and gave Jason this little nod. Jason pocketed his phone and leaned back like he was about to drop some life-altering announcement. My stomach sank. So my dad began, stabbing a piece of chicken like it had wronged him. "Your brother's moving in with you next week." The sentence dropped like a lead weight. I blinked. What? He needs space. Dad continued like this had all been agreed upon already. "Can't keep living here. It's not healthy for a grown man, and you've got that extra bedroom." Jason didn't even pretend to be surprised. He just smirked and said, "Try not to touch my stuff, all right." My fork froze halfway to my mouth. I set it down slowly, my heart thudding in my chest. "You're sending him to live with me? You're single." My mom chimed in from the kitchen, not even turning around. "You've got room. You work from home. You're always saying how quiet your apartment is. It's the perfect situation." That last part hit harder than they probably intended. I had mentioned how peaceful my place was once during a rare moment of vulnerability, and they'd taken that as a sign I was lonely. Not that I enjoyed my space or that I'd worked hard to create it, but that I was somehow incomplete and in need of chaos. "I already pay rent there," Jason added as if that sealed the deal. "Well, not yet, but I will once I get settled." The absurdity of it all was almost funny. Almost. But what really got me wasn't the decision itself, it was how matter-of-fact they all were about it. Like I didn't even need to be consulted. Like it wasn't my apartment, my lease, my life. I wasn't a person to them in that moment, just a resource. A solution, a spare room with legs. I wanted to shout, to throw my napkin down and walk out. But instead, I just smiled. It was a small smile, tight-lipped and calm. The kind of smile you give someone right before you drop the floor out from under them. Because the truth they didn't know, the one I hadn't told anyone, was that I didn't live in that apartment anymore. I'd moved out last week. See, after the third time my parents tried to guilt-trip me into giving Jason a small loan for his rent, I started thinking about how much of my life wasn't really mine. I had this realization at 2 a.m., sitting in my apartment while Jason crashed on my couch for just a weekend that had turned into 5 days. He'd eaten through my groceries, left dirty dishes in the sink, and invited some girl over who ended up stealing my earbuds. I remember looking around and wondering why I was living like this. Why I was constantly sacrificing my comfort so my brother could continue pretending adulthood was optional. I gave notice to my landlord the next morning, found a smaller place on the other side of the city, quieter, cheaper, and completely mine. I didn't tell my family because I didn't want the lecture, and because I knew deep down they wouldn't notice I'd gone. So now, sitting at the dinner table with their grand announcement still hanging in the air, I just nodded. "All right," I said, picking up my fork again, "if that's what you think is best." Jason looked smug, my parents looked relieved, and I just ate the rest of my dinner in silence, thinking about how satisfying it was going to be when they finally tried to make that move. Because the lease, it wasn't in my name anymore. And the apartment, completely empty. I'd even made sure to leave behind just enough furniture to make it look like someone still lived there. For now. They had no idea the entire plan was about to implode on them, and I wasn't going to lift a finger to stop it. Not this time. The fallout began 2 days later, quicker than I expected, honestly. I'd assumed Jason would spend a few more days loafing around our parents' house before finally lumbering over to his new kingdom, but apparently the idea of having a place of his own had ignited something in him. That or Mom finally got tired of him using her yoga mat as a food tray. He called me first, around 11:03 a.m. I let it ring. Then again 2 more times. Finally, a text popped up. "Hey, you got a spare key?" I ignored it. 3 hours later, I got another message. "We're outside, you're not here," still didn't respond. I pictured him and Dad standing in the hallway of my old apartment, probably arguing about whose fault it was they didn't bring a key. The building has a secure front door and no intercom system, so unless someone lets you in, you're stuck outside. And I made very, very sure the property manager wouldn't be doing anyone any favors. By 6 p.m., my phone buzzed again. This time it was Dad, "Call me." Now I waited, didn't even open the message. 10 minutes later, I got another. "What is going on?" I finally responded, just 2 words, "Ask Jason." No reply, radio silence. The next morning, though, that's when it got really good. I was sipping coffee in my new place, curtains open to the quiet courtyard outside, when I got a call from an unfamiliar number. Normally, I'd ignore it, but curiosity got the better of me. "Hello, is this Matthew Carson?" The voice asked, firm, official, clipped. "Who's calling?" "This is Miranda from Oak Hill Residences Management. I have a situation involving your former unit. Are you still occupying the premises?" I grinned. "Nope. Moved out last week. Final walkthrough was completed and lease was terminated. I have the signed release form if you need it." A pause. Then she said, "Interesting, because 2 individuals are here right now insisting they live there. One claims to be your brother." "Yep," I said, leaning back. "That sounds about right." Another pause. "They say you gave them permission." I didn't laugh, not out loud. "Did they show a lease, signed contract, proof of residency?" "No, just verbal claims." "Then I'd recommend calling the police," I said. Still calm, "They're trespassing." The silence that followed was beautiful. "We'll handle it," she said tightly. "Thank you, Mr. Carson." That afternoon, my phone finally exploded. Missed calls from Dad, from Mom. Even Jason, who never calls, always prefers passive-aggressive texts. The voicemails were golden. First one from Dad. "What did you do? They're saying you're not the tenant anymore." "How is that possible?" Next one. Mom, more panicked. "Matt, you didn't tell us you moved. Jason's stuck out here. The landlord says he has no right to be there. What's going on?" Then the piece to resistance, Jason's voicemail, equal parts indignant and furious. Dude, what's wrong, Tayu? You knew we were coming. You let me pack all my stuff and drive across town, and the place is empty. You took the couch? Seriously? Oh, right, I forgot to mention. I'd sold most of the furniture before leaving. The only thing I left behind was an ancient bookshelf with a busted leg, a plastic fork in the kitchen drawer, and a single sticky note on the fridge that said, "Good luck." I gave it 2 days before the storm hit face to face. Sure enough, Sunday dinner, the weekly family bonding obligation, was an ambush waiting to happen. I walked into my parents' house like nothing had happened, greeted Mom with a kiss on the cheek, nodded to Dad, and even smiled at Jason, who looked like a man freshly evicted from a fantasy. He didn't speak, just glared. Dinner started quiet, too quiet. You know that eerie calm before a fight breaks out? That was the vibe. It was Dad who cracked first. "Why didn't you tell us you moved?" He said, stabbing at his roast beef like it owed him money. I shrugged, didn't think anyone would care. "You knew your brother was supposed to move in." "No," I said slowly, deliberately. "You decided my brother was supposed to move in." "No one asked me." "He's your family," Mom snapped. "You had the space. What were you planning to do? Just let him be homeless?" Jason muttered, "You're such a selfish prick." That got me, not because it hurt. I'd heard worse from him, but because of how entitled it was, like I had wronged him by not letting him live rent-free in a place I no longer lived in. So I leaned back, set my fork down, and looked directly at him. "You know, I used to wonder why you hated responsibility so much. Now I realize it's because no one ever made you feel the consequences." "Oh, please," he scoffed. "You think you're better than everyone just because you pay your bills on time?" "No," I said. "I think I'm better than someone who waits until they're outside a locked door to ask where the key is." Dad slammed his napkin down. "Enough. You should have told us." "And you," I said, eyes on him, "should have asked. But you don't ask me things. You assign me duties. You assume I'll just roll over and say yes. And you don't even thank me. You just move on to the next favor." Mom looked stunned. Jason muttered something under his breath. "I didn't care. I moved," I said, voice calm. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want the pressure. I didn't want the guilt. I didn't want to be used again. I needed a clean break. And if you think that's selfish, maybe take a look at what you were asking me to give up and who you were asking me to give it to." The room went silent. Even the air felt heavier. I stood up, folded my napkin, and looked around at the stunned faces. "I'm not angry, but I'm done being your backup plan." Then I walked out. The silence after that dinner didn't last long. 3 days later, the group chat, normally used for birthday announcements and Mom's passive-aggressive reminders, lit up like a firework. Jason had gone off. The first message came in at 8:17 a.m., which for Jason was basically sunrise. Jason texted, "Wow, real classy, Matt, kicking your own brother to the curb. I've been sleeping on the couch for a week." Mom texted, "Jason, keep this private. We can talk later." Jason texted, "No, they should all know. Matt's the golden boy until he's asked to do something real for this family." I didn't reply. Neither did Dad, not right away. I imagine he was letting the drama stew while drafting some sanctimonious speech in his head. But then my cousin Laura, who usually stays out of the mess, chimed in. Laura texted, "You were asked to live rent-free in Matt's place and just assumed it would happen. He doesn't owe you that." Jason texted, "Stay out of it, Laura." Laura texted, just saying, "If I were Matt, I'd be done too." I wish I could say the whole family backed me up like that, but Laura was the exception. Within an hour, I had 3 missed calls from my aunt, 1 from Grandma, and a barrage of messages from relatives I hadn't heard from since Dad's 60th birthday, all politely implying I should reconsider for the sake of peace. Peace. The same peace I'd spent years quietly buying with time, favors, and rent payments. The same peace I was now finally reclaiming, and they were furious I had the nerve to do it. I didn't answer anyone that day. I focused on work, on cleaning, on a grocery run that took way longer than it needed to. And that night when I finally got back home, I found a letter, not an email, a letter. Handwritten, folded once, tucked under my door like some kind of declaration of war. It was from Dad. "No, dear Matt. No love, Dad." Just 2 pages of tightly written disappointment. How I had embarrassed the family. How Jason was going through a difficult time and I had kicked him while he was down. How I should have come to them first instead of making a scene. And at the end, "You're better than this." That line hit me in a weird way, Not because I believed it, but because it was such a manipulative little twist. The guilt grenade. A subtle attempt to reframe everything I did as cruel rather than necessary. Like I just lost my moral high ground by standing up for myself. I stared at the letter for a long time. Then I grabbed a pen, flipped the last page over, and wrote 3 words in the margin. I finally am. The next day, I dropped it in their mailbox. A few days after that, I found out Jason had tried to convince the apartment management to let him stay until things got sorted out. He claimed he had verbal permission, and even tried showing them old photos of himself inside the unit, lounging on my couch like a king. It didn't work. The building had already rented the place to a new tenant, someone who was not thrilled to find Jason loitering in the stairwell like a moody raccoon. I didn't hear this from Jason, of course. He blocked me. I heard it from Miranda, the manager, who called me to give me the update and ended the call with a dry, "Your brother isn't welcome on the premises anymore." I thanked her, and that was that. Until the family meeting. Yeah, that happened. Mom texted me that Sunday, "Dinner, everyone's coming. It's time we all talked like adults." I almost didn't go, but a part of me, the stubborn part that had been sitting in silence for years, wanted to see their faces. To look them in the eyes, not with anger or bitterness, but with calm resolve. To show them I wasn't folding this time. So I went. Same house. Same kitchen. Same long oak dining table we'd gathered around every Thanksgiving since I was 10. Jason was already there, sitting stiffly at one end. He didn't look at me when I walked in. Dad was by the window, arms crossed. Mom was nervously slicing carrots she didn't need to slice, and 2 chairs had been set aside. One for me, one for the empty idea of obligation they still thought they could guilt me into honoring. "Matt," Dad said the moment I walked in. "Sit." I didn't. "I want to say something first," I said, "just so we're clear before this turns into another intervention disguised as a meal." Mom looked up, startled. Dad raised an eyebrow. Jason, to his credit, kept his mouth shut. "I'm not angry," I said, "but I'm also not apologizing. I didn't betray anyone. I didn't sabotage Jason. I moved out because I needed space. And you decided without asking that I didn't deserve that space." "You made your brother homeless," Mom said, softly but firmly. "No," I said, "he made himself homeless by assuming someone else's life was his to live in." Jason finally spoke. "You could have warned me." "I did," I said, "when you were crashing on my couch and left pizza boxes on my bookshelf. When you walked around like you owned the place. When you never once said thank you. That was your warning." The room went still. And then Dad said the thing that changed everything. "You used to be reliable." That one stung, because it was true, I had been. And I finally understood why that word always felt like both a compliment and a curse. I stared at my dad for a few seconds after he said it. "You used to be reliable." The words echoed in my chest, not because they surprised me, but because they confirmed what I'd been suspecting for years. I wasn't a son to him. I was a service when the Wi-Fi broke, when someone needed help moving, when Jason needed bail money, when the mortgage was short, when the guest room needed painting. It was always me, never once with a thank you, never once with an ounce of respect, just the expectation that I'd say sure and smile while doing it. I exhaled, sat down slowly, and looked at my father across the table. "You're right," I said. "I used to be reliable. Reliable like a spare tire. Reliable like the quiet background noise no one notices until it's gone." He narrowed his eyes. "Don't twist my words, I'm not. I'm just saying I finally understand what you really meant by reliable. You meant convenient, predictable, silent, mad." Mom tried to cut in, but I raised a hand gently. "No, Mom, please, let me finish this just once." She closed her mouth, but her eyes were pleading. Jason was still glaring at me, arms crossed, like this was a courtroom and he was the plaintiff. "I moved out because I realized I wasn't living my own life. I was living everyone else's, paying bills that weren't mine, fixing problems I didn't create, giving time I never got back. And every time I asked for a little space, a little respect, I was told I was being selfish." My voice cracked a little there, but I kept going. "I let Jason stay with me even after he brought strangers into my apartment. I loaned him money even after he promised. 3 times. He'd pay me back and never did. And when I finally needed a break, when I decided to move and not tell anyone so I could breathe for a second, the first thing this family did was try to hand over my life to him again." Jason finally snapped. You think you're better than us now just because you moved into some tiny apartment across town. No, I said, I think I'm finally equal. Because for once I made a choice that was about me, not about patching your mistakes. Oh, grow up. No, you grow up, Jason. My tone sharpened and he actually flinched. You're 25 years old and still act like the world owes you a soft place to land. You've never held a job for more than 6 months. You treat people like furniture, useful until they tell you no. And the worst part, you don't even realize how lucky you've been. Because if I'd behaved half as recklessly as you, Mom and Dad would have disowned me years ago. Jason started to say something, but I held up a hand again. And you know what? That's not even your fault, it's theirs. Now Dad sat up straighter. Excuse me, you made him this way. You protected him from every consequence, covered every mess, blamed everyone else for his mistakes, and used me as your solution. You told me it was my duty to help him, but you never once told him it was his duty to grow up. That's enough, Dad growled. No, I said calmly, not yet. I turned to Mom. You once told me that Jason was going through a rough patch. You said it 3 years ago and again 2 months ago. At what point does a patch stop being rough and just become the road? You told me I was the strong one, the dependable one, and you're right. But being strong doesn't mean being a doormat. She didn't answer. She just looked down at her lap. I stood up. I didn't come here to ask for an apology. I didn't even come to explain. I came to set a boundary. Jason scoffed. What are you, a therapist now? No, I said, turning to him one last time. Just someone who's done enabling you. Dad's face was red now, but he wasn't yelling. He was clenching his jaw, that silent kind of rage that used to scare me when I was younger. Not anymore. If you all want to pretend like I'm the villain for choosing peace, that's fine. I won't argue with you, but don't expect me to clean up this mess next time. Jason is not my responsibility. This family's problems are not my responsibility. And from now on, my silence won't be either. With that, I walked to the door. Matt. Mom called softly behind me, please don't leave like this. I paused, hand on the doorknob. Then how should I leave? No one answered, so I walked out. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty about it. It's been 6 months since that dinner. I haven't spoken to Jason. He moved in with some old friend of his. And last I heard, he got fired from yet another job and trashed the guy's place before skipping out. Apparently, he owes 2 months of rent and left behind a cat he borrowed from an ex-classic Jason. Dad sent me a single email 2 weeks after our blow-up. No subject line, just a brief message. If you ever want to talk, I'll be here. I didn't reply. Mom calls occasionally, mostly short, polite updates. She asks how I'm doing, tells me about cousins, then carefully avoids any mention of Jason. I think maybe she finally started realizing the difference between support and exploitation. As for me, I still live in that small apartment with the courtyard view. I replaced the old couch with a second-hand leather one, painted the walls a warm beige, and bought plants I actually remember to water. I started cooking again. I sleep through the night. I even adopted a rescue dog named Bruno. He's quiet, loyal, and the only roommate I've ever had who doesn't steal my food or crash on my couch for weeks. And you know what? I'm happy. Not the dramatic movie ending kind of happy. Just stable, peaceful, whole. Some nights I think about how long I let myself stay in a role that hurt me just because it felt familiar. About how many times I let silence buy me temporary peace at the cost of my own dignity. But then I remind myself I changed the ending. I didn't just walk away. I closed the door, and I locked it. Story 4, Dad forgot to hang up the call. She's nothing, a failure, should have never been born, that's what he said. All those years, I was the one paying the mortgage. I didn't scream, I didn't cry. A week later, I sold my $830,000 luxury home and moved to another state, leaving them with nothing. Dad was stunned when the new owners moved in. Can you imagine the searing pain of hearing your own father, the man who shaped your world, whisper words that tear your very existence to shreds? She's nothing, he said. A failure, should have never been born. He thought no one was listening, but I was. And in that moment, my entire life shattered. For years, I'd been their quiet benefactor, paying every cent on our $830,000 home where they lived, rent-free. I'd poured my life into them, sacrificing everything. But in that moment, there were no screams, no tears, just a cold, steel-hard decision. Exactly 1 week later, I sold that luxury house and moved to another state. I left them to face the stark consequences of their words alone. My name is Audrey Foster. At 31, I'd built what most people would call a wildly successful life. My alarm would jolt me awake at 5 a.m. every morning, pulling me out of bed for an intense hour-long workout in the home gym I'd set up in the basement of my beautiful house in the Chicago suburbs. Protein smoothie, quick shower, and I was out the door by 7:15, battling the downtown traffic to get to my office at Hartman Financial Advisors. To my colleagues, I was the poster child for hard work paying off. After nailing my MBA at Northwestern, I'd landed a financial analyst position and climbed the ranks fast. 3 promotions in 5 years. Yeah, I was on the fast track, and my boss, Victoria Hayes, had even taken me under her wing as a mentor. "Audrey, you are going places in this company," she'd tell me during our monthly check-ins. "Your attention to detail and dedication to clients, exactly what we value here." But what they didn't see, what they couldn't possibly know, was the silent burden waiting for me back home. 3 years prior, I'd finally bought my dream house, a gorgeous 4-bedroom colonial in an upscale neighborhood valued at $830,000. I'd pictured living there alone, maybe eventually with a partner. Instead, within 2 months of moving in, my parents, Raymond and Margaret Foster, had moved in with me. See, my dad's construction business had just gone bankrupt. Again, it's just temporary, sweetheart, Mom had promised, just until we get back on our feet. 3 years later, they were still there and I was still paying for everything. The mortgage, utilities, groceries, their cell phone bills, even their car insurance. They contributed nothing, not a single dollar. Dad spent his days applying for jobs he never seemed to get, while Mom volunteered at church and went to lunch with her friends every Wednesday. And then there was my sister, Heather. Every Wednesday evening, she'd bring her 3 kids over for family dinner. She married her high school sweetheart, Keith, had her first child at 21 and dropped out of community college. But you know what? My parents would just beam with pride whenever she walked through the door. "There's our girl," Dad would say, wrapping her in a hug, barely even looking at me. After those dinners, I'd drag myself to my home office to catch up on work, exhaustion settling deep into my bones. The sheer weight of supporting everyone was crushing, honestly. But I'd convinced myself it was my duty. I was the successful one, after all. This was what a good daughter did. My best friend, Zoe Curtis, she never understood. "Audrey, they're taking advantage of you," she'd tell me during our rare lunch dates. "They're adults, they should be supporting themselves, not living off their daughter." "They're my parents," I'd always reply, that familiar defense coming out automatically. Dad's still looking for work, and Mom never had a career. What am I supposed to do, throw them out on the street? Zoe would just shake her head, knowing there was no point arguing. She'd known me since college. She'd watched me achieve every single goal I'd ever set for myself, only to watch me hand over all the rewards to my family. That Wednesday morning, I had this massive presentation. A potential new client, a retirement fund worth millions. Victoria, my boss, had entrusted me with a lead, a clear sign she was grooming me for that next level. "Land this account," she'd told me, "and we'll be talking about that senior analyst position." As I straightened my blazer, giving myself one last check before heading out, I spotted my dad in the kitchen, sipping coffee, scrolling on his phone. "Big day today, Dad," I said, trying to inject some genuine enthusiasm into my voice. "Wish me luck." He barely even looked up. "Sure, honey, good luck." The familiar sting of disappointment was there, but I pushed it down. Today wasn't about that. Today was about my career, about proving to Victoria and to myself that I deserved that promotion. Today was about my future. Little did I know that future was about to get a seismic jolt. The presentation, it went better than I could have ever hoped. The clients were totally engaged, asking insightful questions. By the end, they were nodding along with my recommendations. Victoria caught my eye across the conference room and gave me this subtle thumbs up. As we wrapped up, the CEO of the retirement fund shook my hand firmly. "Miss Foster, you've clearly done your homework. We'll be in touch very soon." After they left, Victoria pulled me aside. "That was excellent work, Audrey. I think we've got them. Take the rest of the day off. You've earned it." Excitement bubbled in my chest as I packed up my materials. I couldn't wait to share the news with someone, and despite everything, my parents were the first people I thought of. Maybe, just maybe, this time Dad would actually be proud. I checked my watch. 2:03 p.m. they wouldn't be expecting me for hours, which meant I could surprise them with a good news. Maybe even suggest we celebrate with dinner out. But when I pulled into our driveway, I noticed both their cars were there. Unusual for a Wednesday afternoon, Mom usually had her book club. I entered quietly through the side door that led directly to the kitchen, planning to announce my early arrival and my success. Then I heard it. My father's voice, coming from his bedroom, which he converted into a home office. He was on a video call, his voice carrying clearly down the hallway. Yes, Stan, we're still living with her. What choice do we have? The housing market is ridiculous these days. I recognized the voice on the other end as Stanley Bennett, my dad's friend from his old construction days. I was about to call out when something in my father's tone, something I couldn't quite place, made me freeze. Hold on, let me end this call properly, he said. Audrey's always nagging me about just hitting the red button. I heard a click, followed by my father's voice again. There, now we can talk freely. Except he hadn't ended the call. I could still hear Stanley's voice, tinny through the speakers, asking if he was still there. My father had only minimized the window, thinking he'd disconnected. Then came the words that stopped my heart. She's nothing, Stan. A failure, should have never been. Born, the words hit me like a physical blow. I froze in the hallway, completely unable to move forward or retreat. Sure, she makes good money, my father continued, his voice absolutely dripping with disdain. But what kind of life is that? 31 and still single, married to her job, it's pathetic. And she lords it over us like we should be grateful she's letting us live here. At least you've got a roof over your head, Stanley's voice chimed. Yeah, but at what cost? My dignity. Do you know how embarrassing it is when people ask what I do and I have to admit my daughter supports me? It's humiliating. Then his tone shifted, softening immediately, pride evident in every word. Now, what about Heather? She doing okay? There's my real achievement. 3 beautiful grandkids, a solid marriage. Sure, she didn't go to some fancy college like Audrey, but she's got what matters. A family love. Keith's business is doing well enough. They're talking about buying a bigger house soon. I heard the bedroom door open and my mother's voice joined the conversation. Who are you talking to, Ray? Just Stan. We were discussing the girls. Oh, my mother's voice grew quieter as she moved closer to the computer. Did you tell him about Audrey's promotion? The one she won't stop talking about? What's there to tell? My father scoffed. Another rung on the corporate ladder. Big deal. I know, my mother sighed. Sometimes I wonder where we went wrong with her. So cold. So focused on money and status. Not like our Heather. Exactly. My father agreed. The only good thing about living here is we're saving a fortune. Another year or two and we can afford to put a down payment on a place near Heather and the kids. That's the dream. My mother agreed. I'm tired of walking on eggshells around Audrey, pretending to be interested in her work stories. Remember last Christmas when she gave us those expensive watches? My father laughed, like we needed a reminder of how much money she has. So tasteless. My stomach lurched. Those watches had cost me $3,000. I'd spent weeks researching the perfect style for each of them, wanting to give them something special that would actually last. Well, we'll just keep playing the game for now, my mother said. She needs us more than we need her, even if she doesn't realize it. Without us, who does she have? No husband, no kids, just that awful friend Zoe who keeps putting ideas in her head. True, my father mused. Remember when Zoe convinced her to take that trip to Cabo instead of helping us with the bathroom remodel? Selfish. Both of them. I'd canceled that trip at the last minute, by the way, after my father complained about needing help with house projects. I'd lost the deposit and used my vacation days to paint and tile instead. The conversation continued, but I couldn't bear to hear another word. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Nausea swept over me in waves. I backed away silently, so grateful I'd worn flats instead of my usual heels. Somehow I made it back to my car without being detected. As I sat behind the wheel, my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even insert the key. Fragments of their conversation echoed in my mind. A failure should have never been born. My real achievement, saving a fortune. The girl they wished had never existed was bankrolling their comfortable retirement. I don't even remember driving to Zoe's apartment. I must have operated on autopilot muscle memory, guiding me through familiar streets, while my mind replayed 31 years of memories in a harsh new light. The times my academic achievements were acknowledged with distracted nods, while Heather's C++ in art was displayed proudly on the refrigerator. The college graduation party they left early because Heather's son had a cold. The countless times they'd needed loans that were, predictably, never repaid. By the time I parked outside Zoe's building, my shock had hardened into something else, something cold, something clear, something utterly certain. For the first time in my life, I saw my family exactly as they were, not as I desperately, foolishly wanted them to be. They said what? Zoe's voice practically echoed through her apartment as I recounted everything I'd overheard. Her normally calm demeanor had given way to pure, unadulterated rage on my behalf. Her hands were flying, gesticulating wildly as she paced back and forth. "You need to confront them right now," she insisted, reaching for her phone. "I'll drive you back there myself." I just shook my head, curling deeper into the corner of her couch. "I can't go back there tonight. I can't even look at them, knowing what they really think of me." Zoe sat beside me, taking my trembling hands in hers. "Then stay here as long as you need." The initial shock was slowly wearing off, leaving room for memories to surface. Moments I dismissed, rationalized away as just how things were, now returned with painful, crystal clarity. Like the time I'd used my entire first year-end bonus, $15,000, to pay off the remaining debts from my father's failed business. He'd accepted the check with a casual, "Thanks, kiddo," before immediately calling Heather to discuss her eldest son's private school applications. Or the European vacation I'd planned for years, postponed 3 times to cover what they called family emergencies. The first for Dad's knee surgery, which, weirdly, didn't stop him from playing golf 2 weeks later. The second for Mom's minor car accident, needing a replacement vehicle they couldn't afford. The third for Heather's unexpected medical bills when insurance wouldn't cover her youngest daughter's treatment. When I finally moved into my dream house, the crown jewel of my achievements, they'd shown up 3 weeks later with suitcases and sad stories about their landlord selling their rental property. And what did I do? I gave them the master bedroom with its en-suite bathroom, moving my own things to the smaller guest room to accommodate them. My privacy, my space, my sanctuary, surrendered without a fight. Because, that's what good daughters do. I've defended him so many times, I whispered to Zoe, recalling conversations with colleagues who'd questioned my father's business acumen after meeting him at company events. People would ask why he kept failing, and I'd make up excuses. Bad economy, dishonest partners, bad luck. "Because you're loyal," Zoe said firmly. "That's not a character flaw, Audrey." My phone buzzed with a text from Danielle Parker, my assistant at work. "Great job today. Victoria's thrilled. Did you go home sick? Let me know if you need anything." I'd completely forgotten about the presentation's success, the very reason I'd gone home early in the first place. It seemed so trivial now, utterly overshadowed by the revelation that had just upended my entire world. "My whole identity has been built around being the good daughter," I said, the realization settling heavily on my shoulders. "The responsible one, the successful one, but they never wanted that. They wanted me to be Heather." Zoe snorted. "Heather, who can barely keep a job and relies on her husband's family business to survive. That Heather, they don't see it that way," I explained. "They see her children, her marriage. The normal life I've never had because I've been too busy working to support everyone." As night fell, I found myself scrolling through property laws on my phone, researching homeowner rights. The house was solely in my name. They had no legal claim to it, no right to stay if I asked them to leave. The thought sent a strange, powerful mixture of guilt and liberation coursing through me. The next morning, Zoe used her connections to get me an emergency session with her therapist, Dr. Amelia Richardson. "What you're describing is a profound betrayal," Dr. Richardson said after I'd recounted the previous day's events. "It's normal to feel disoriented, angry, even grief-stricken. You're mourning the parents you thought you had. I keep wondering if I should just confront them," I admitted, "scream at them. Make them understand how much they've hurt me." She leaned forward slightly. "Would that give you what you need?" I considered the question. "No, no," I finally said. "They deny it or minimize it or turn it around on me somehow. They always do. Then what would give you what you need?" The answer came with surprising clarity. "Freedom. I need to be free of them. Of the obligation, the guilt, the constant striving for approval I'm never going to get. And how might you achieve that freedom? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I found myself mentally calculating numbers. My savings, the house's value, the cost of starting over somewhere new, somewhere without the crushing weight of familial expectations. By the time I left Dr. Richardson's office, a plan was forming, not a confrontation. An exit strategy. I would not give them the satisfaction of my anger or my tears. I would simply remove myself from the equation of their lives as cleanly and completely as possible. That night, staying at Zoe's again, I created a detailed spreadsheet. Steps to take, calls to make, research to complete. By dawn, I had a comprehensive exit plan mapped out. A timeline for extracting myself from the life I'd built around people who had never truly wanted me in theirs. As I finally drifted off to sleep, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. The lightness of a decision made, a path forward clear. For once, I would put myself first, and I wouldn't apologize for it. For the first time in my entire career, I called in sick the next morning. Victoria was incredibly understanding. "You've banked enough goodwill to take a month off if you needed to," she told me, though concern colored her voice. I assured her it was just a 24-hour bug, nothing serious. The lie tasted strange on my tongue. I'd always been pathologically honest, especially at work. But now deception came easily. Maybe I'd learned from the best. My first call was to Trevor Michaels, my financial advisor. We'd met monthly for years as I built my investment portfolio, but I'd never heard the urgency in his voice that I did when I explained I needed an emergency meeting. "I can see you at 11, he said. "Is everything okay, Audrey?" "It will be," I replied, surprised by my own certainty. Trevor's office was on the 30th floor of a downtown high-rise, all glass and chrome with incredible views of Lake Michigan. As I explained my situation, sanitized, of course, without the messy emotional details, his expression remained professionally neutral. "So, you want to liquidate some investments to purchase a new property in another state while simultaneously selling your current home," he clarified. "Yes, I need to know how much I can access quickly without penalties and what the tax implications will be." He typed rapidly, pulling up my accounts. "You're in a strong position. The market's favorable for sellers right now, especially in your neighborhood. What locations are you considering for relocation?" "Denver," I said. The decision had been made somewhere between Zoe's apartment and his office. I've always loved the mountains. By the time I left Trevor's office, I had a clear picture of my financial standing and a referral to a real estate agent who specialized in quick sales for professional clients. Natalie Wells called me before I'd even reached my car. "I understand you're looking for a discreet, expedited sale," she said. "No preamble necessary. I can be at your property this afternoon to assess." "Not today," I replied quickly. "My parents are home." Tomorrow morning would be better. They have a standing breakfast with friends on Fridays. "Parents living with you?" she asked, her tone shifting slightly. "Are they Connors?" "No," I said. "The property is solely in my name." "Good. That simplifies things considerably." My next call was to a real estate agent in Denver, recommended by Natalie. Melissa Johnson specialized in relocating professionals and totally understood my need for discretion and speed. "I can start sending you virtual tour today," she assured me. "Based on your budget and preferences, I already have several properties in mind." The lawyer came next. Patricia Alvarez, a referral from a colleague who'd gone through a complicated divorce. She confirmed what I already suspected. As the sole owner, I had every right to sell my property, regardless of who is living there. "You'll need to follow proper eviction procedures if they refuse to leave voluntarily," she cautioned, "but given the circumstances, I doubt it will come to that." By mid-afternoon, the framework of my new life was taking shape. I drove back to my house, timing my arrival for when I knew my mother would be at her weekly hair appointment. My father was likely in the basement, where he'd set up a makeshift workshop for projects he never completed. I slipped into my bedroom and began methodically sorting through my personal items. Important documents went into a secure portfolio: birth certificate, passport, insurance policies, property deeds. Jewelry and small valuables were next, packed into a carry-on suitcase I could easily transport to Zoe's. In the back of my closet, I found a box of childhood mementos I'd kept through multiple moves, diaries with little locks, school awards, photographs. I opened one diary from when I was 12. The handwriting large and looping. Dad forgot my science fair today. Mom said he was too busy with work, but I saw him watching TV when I got home. Heather got a new bike for getting a B in math. I got all A's again, but no one noticed. Page after page documented small betrayals, moments of blatant favoritism so normal to my childhood self that I'd recorded them matter-of-factly, without complaint. In another box, I found handmade gifts I'd created for my parents over the years. A clay pencil holder for Dad's desk, painted with careful detail, a beaded necklace for Mom that had taken weeks to string. Both items were dusty and unused, stored away rather than displayed or worn. I was carefully replacing these boxes when my phone rang. It was Heather. "Hey sis, are you okay? Mom said you didn't come home last night." I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Heather and I had never been close. The age gap and our parents' obvious favoritism had created a chasm between us. But she wasn't cruel, just self-absorbed in the way people can be when they've always been the center of attention. "I'm staying with Zoe for a few days," I said finally. "I need some space." "Space from what? Did something happen?" "We arranged to meet at a coffee shop halfway between our homes." I wasn't ready to tell her everything, but I needed to gauge her reaction to see if she'd been part of their conversations about me. The cafe was busy, providing both ambient noise for privacy and enough witnesses to prevent a scene. Heather arrived looking harried, her blonde hair so like our mother's, pulled back in a messy ponytail. She'd always been the pretty one, the charming one, while I was the smart one, a distinction that felt more like a consolation prize than a compliment. "What's going on?" she asked as soon as she sat down. "Mom's freaking out. She thinks you're having some kind of breakdown. I'm selling the house," I said bluntly, watching her face carefully. Her eyes widened. "What? Why, you love that house. I'm moving to Denver. I've already started the process." "Denver? But what about Mom and Dad? Where will they go?" There it was. Her first thought was for our parents, not for me. But there was genuine confusion in her expression, not calculation. "They'll figure it out," I said, my voice steady. "They're adults, but they can't afford their own place right now. Dad's still looking for work, and Mom's never had a real job." "I'm aware," I replied, unable to keep the edge from my voice. "I've been supporting them completely for 3 years. Paying the mortgage, utilities, groceries, everything." "Did you know that?" She had the grace to look uncomfortable. "I knew you were helping them out. Helping implies they contribute something." "They don't." Heather fidgeted with her coffee cup. "Look, I would help if I could, but with 3 kids and Keith's business just getting established." "I'm not asking you to help," I interrupted. "I'm telling you what's happening. I'm selling my house and moving away because of Mom and Dad." "Did they do something?" For a moment, I considered telling her everything, the overheard conversation, the years of dismissal and disrespect. But looking at her worried face, I realized she truly didn't know. She'd been shielded from the darker side of our parents, cushioned by their unconditional love and approval. "I need a change," I said instead. "The house will sell quickly. They'll need to find their own place." "They could stay with us temporarily," she offered, though without much enthusiasm. "The guest room is small, but that's between you and them." I stood up, signaling the end of our conversation. "I just wanted you to know directly from me." As I walked away, she called after me. "Audrey, wait, are you okay? Really?" I turned back, surprised by the genuine concern in her voice. For a brief moment, I saw past the golden child, persona to the sister who had once, long ago, defended me against our father's criticism when I'd broken his favorite coffee mug. "I will be," I answered honestly. That afternoon, I had a video interview with Westbrook Financial in Denver, leveraging connections from a conference I'd attended last year. The hiring manager, Benjamin Clark, remembered me well. "We'd be lucky to have someone with your expertise, Audrey. The team lead position just opened up last month." Perfect timing. Perfect timing indeed, as if the universe was finally aligning to help me break free. My final call of the day was to Victoria. I owed her the courtesy of transparency, at least professionally. "Denver," she repeated after I'd explained my situation. "That's unexpected. We have a satellite office there, you know. Not as prestigious as Chicago, but growing. Would you consider a transfer instead of resignation?" The offer took me by surprise. "You'd help me transfer? Audrey, you're one of our top performers. I'd rather keep you in the Hartman family, even if it's from a distance." Think about it. Let me know by Monday. As I ended the call, I realized I'd accomplished more in one day toward my own happiness than I had in years of striving to please my parents. The irony wasn't lost on me. It took discovering their true feelings to finally prioritize my own. That evening, I returned home for dinner, watching my parents through new eyes as they discussed their day, complained about neighbors, asked perfunctory questions about my illness. I answered pleasantly, passed the potatoes, and excused myself early, claiming fatigue. In my room, I continued preparations, transferring documents to a secure cloud storage, researching moving companies, creating new bank accounts my parents couldn't access. With each step, the fog of obligation and guilt that had clouded my judgment for so long began to lift. In its place was something unfamiliar but welcome: determination, uncomplicated by the need for approval. 1 week later, my house was officially on the market. Natalie had worked miracles, arranging for professional staging and photography while my parents were out. The listing went live on Thursday evening, described as a luxury family home in prestigious neighborhood, priced to sell quickly. "We'll hold an open house this Sunday," Natalie informed me. "Based on comparable properties and current market conditions, I expect multiple offers by Monday morning." I nodded, scrolling through the listing photos on my laptop. The house looked beautiful, spacious and bright, totally devoid of the tension that had filled it in recent months. "I'll make sure my parents are out during the open house," I told her. About that, Natalie hesitated. "Have you told them yet?" "They'll find out soon enough." And soon enough came that very evening. I arrived home from work to find my father standing in the driveway, arms crossed, face thunderous. Beside him, my mother wrung her hands, her expression oscillating between hurt and anger. "What the hell is this?" Dad demanded, pointing to the for sale sign Natalie had installed that afternoon. I walked past him, unlocking the front door with steady hands. "It's exactly what it looks like. I'm selling the house." They followed me inside, my mother's voice rising to a pitch I recognized from childhood tantrum management. "You can't just sell our home without discussing it with us first." I set my briefcase down carefully on the entryway table. "It's not our home. It's my home. My name is on the deed, the mortgage, and every utility bill. I've made every payment for 3 years. So that gives you the right to throw your own parents out on the street?" My father's face was turning the dangerous shade of red that had intimidated me since childhood. "But I wasn't a child anymore. I'm selling a property I own. What you do next is up to you." My mother stepped between us, tears already forming. "Audrey, sweetheart, what's gotten into you? Is this about work? Are you under too much stress?" "This isn't an impulsive decision," I replied, my voice level. "The house has been professionally staged and photographed. The listing went live last night. There's an open house scheduled for Sunday." "Sunday, this Sunday?" my father sputtered. "Where are we supposed to go?" "I've made reservations for brunch at the Drake," I informed them. "My treat. You should be gone from 11 to 3. My mother's tears dried up instantly. "You expect us to go to brunch while strangers walk through our home?" Asterisk my asterisk home, I corrected again. "And yes, that's exactly what I expect." My father pulled out his trump card. "I'm calling Heather. She'll talk some sense into you." I shrugged, the gesture so foreign to my usual accommodating body language that they both stared. "Call whoever you want." An hour later, we were seated in our living room in a twisted parody of a family meeting. Heather had arrived, kids in tow, her husband Keith trailing behind, looking deeply uncomfortable. The children had been dispatched to the backyard, leaving the adults to what my father ominously called sorting this mess out. "Audrey," Heather began, clearly designated as the mediator. "I understand you're going through something right now, but selling the house seems extreme." "It's not extreme," I countered. "It's a practical decision. I'm moving to Denver for a new job opportunity." Keith, who had always been peripheral to our family dynamics, spoke up unexpectedly. "Denver's a great market right now. Growing tech sector, outdoor lifestyle, smart move professionally." My father shot him a glare that could have melted steel. "Not helpful, Keith. Just saying, career-wise it makes sense." My mother ignored this tangent. "But why so suddenly? Why not give us time to find a place, get organized? The closing will be in 30 days. "That's standard. You have a month to make arrangements." "A month?" My father exploded. "To find an apartment? Pack everything. In this rental market, it's impossible." I managed to organize selling a house and relocating to another state in a week, I pointed out. I'm sure between the two of you, finding a local apartment in a month is doable. Heather looked between us, clearly struggling with divided loyalties. Mom, Dad, Audrey does have the right to sell her own house. Maybe we should focus on helping you find a new place. My father's betrayed expression would have been comical if it weren't so utterly predictable. You're taking her side. I'm not taking sides. I'm being practical. If the house is for sale, you need somewhere to live. The conversation deteriorated from there, with my parents cycling through anger, guilt-tripping, and finally bargaining. Just give us 3 months, my mother pleaded, until after the holidays. The market is hot right now, I replied. Waiting would be financially irresponsible. My father snorted. Since when do you care about money more than family? The irony of his statement hung heavy in the air between us. If only he knew how his own words about me had set this whole thing in motion. But I held my tongue, refusing to give away the knowledge that fueled my resolve. By Sunday, the tension in the house was unbearable. My parents had shifted to cold silence, a tactic they'd employed throughout my childhood when I disappointed them. We drove to brunch in complete silence, the atmosphere in the car thick with unspoken recriminations. At the Drake, I received a text from Natalie. Huge turnout. At least 40 parties so far, several very interested. Monday morning brought news that exceeded even Natalie's optimistic projections. We have 7 offers, she announced when I called her from work. The highest is $875,000, all cash, 21-day close, minimal contingencies. Accept it, I said without hesitation. Are you sure? We could counter, maybe push them to 188,500. The speed is more important to me than squeezing out another $10,000. By the time I returned home that evening, I had a signed purchase agreement and a closing date. June 17th, exactly 3 weeks away. The buyers had waived the inspection contingency based on the home's age and condition, requiring only a standard appraisal for their lender. Meanwhile, Melissa in Denver had found me a perfect apartment, a 2-bedroom with mountain views in a secure building downtown, walking distance to my new office. I can hold it with a deposit, she said. It'll be available June 20th, if that timing works for you. 3 days after closing, just enough time to drive from Chicago to Denver with whatever possessions I decided to keep. The next phase was sorting and packing. I hired a professional organizer, Laura Bennett, who specialized in downsizing. Think of it as curating your life. She suggested as we stood in my bedroom, surveying the accumulated possessions of my adult life. Keep only what serves your new chapter. Together, we created 3 categories: keep, sell, donate, and discard. My wardrobe was ruthlessly edited, the formal business attire of Chicago banking giving way to Denver's more casual tech culture. Furniture that wouldn't fit in my new apartment was consigned to high-end resale shops. Books were boxed for donation to the local library, save for a carefully selected collection I couldn't bear to part with. My colleague Danielle volunteered to help one weekend, arriving with coffee and an efficient attitude that matched my own. Victoria's in denial. She confided as we wrapped framed photographs in bubble wrap. She keeps telling everyone you'll change your mind before the transfer paperwork goes through. Not a chance, I replied, carefully packing away a photo of my college graduation, the only one where both my parents appeared genuinely proud of me. Had that been real or just for the camera? As we worked, memories surfaced of my ex-boyfriend Connor, who'd never understood my family dynamics. You drop everything whenever they call, he'd complained during our last fight. It's like you're their parent, not the other way around. I'd ended things shortly after, convinced he was being selfish for not understanding my family obligations. Now, I wondered if he'd seen what I'd been blind to all along. By the second week, the house was half-packed, my life sorted into neat, labeled boxes. The Denver job offer had been formalized with a generous relocation package and starting salary that exceeded my Chicago position. Victoria had reluctantly processed my transfer request, extracting a promise that I'd train my replacement before leaving. My parents' efforts to find their own place had been half-hearted at best. My father made a show of circling apartment listings in the newspaper, but complained that everything was too expensive or too small. My mother mentioned moving in with Heather temporarily with increasing frequency, despite Heather's obvious reluctance during our family calls. 3 days before closing, I returned home to find them waiting for me in the living room. Heather was beside them, looking uncomfortable. The formal arrangement of furniture, them on the sofa, a chair positioned opposite, made it clear this was an intervention. "We need to talk," my father began, using the authoritative tone that had once sent me scrambling to please him. "This has gone far enough, far enough," I repeated, setting my purse down but remaining standing. "The movers come tomorrow. The closing is in 3 days. This isn't a negotiation." "Audrey, please sit down," my mother said, patting the chair they'd positioned like I was a defendant before a judge. "We're worried about you." Heather nodded, though her expression was conflicted. "We just want to understand what's happening. This isn't like you." I sat crossing my legs and folding my hands in my lap, the poised professional even in the midst of family drama. What exactly isn't like me? Making a career decision, moving to a new city, millions of people do these things every day. Abandoning your family without warning, my father clarified, his jaw tight. Throwing your parents out of their home, it's not abandonment, it's relocation. And it's not their home, it's mine. Heather winced at my tone, but I continued. "I've given you 3 weeks' notice, which is more than fair. Fair." My mother's voice rose, tears already gathering. She'd always been able to cry on command, a skill I'd both envied and resented. "After everything we've done for you." The question hung in the air, so absurd I almost laughed. Everything they'd done for me? What exactly did they think that entailed? "Mom," Heather interjected gently, "maybe we should focus on solutions. Audrey has made her decision about the house." My father wasn't ready to concede. No daughter who respected her parents would do this. "It's selfish and ungrateful. I expected better from you, Audrey. You've always been a disappointment, but this takes it to a new level." There it was, a disappointment, the same word he'd used with Stanley, not knowing I could hear. The final thread of my restraint snapped. "A disappointment," I repeated, my voice deadly calm. "Like when you told Stanley I was nothing, a failure, should have never been born." The color drained from my father's face. Beside him, my mother went completely still. "That's right," I continued, my eyes locked on his. "3 weeks ago you forgot to hang up your call properly. I heard everything, every word, about how pathetic I am, how embarrassed you are to live with me, how Heather is your real achievement while I'm just the ATM funding your comfortable retirement." Heather's gasp was audible. "Dad, what is she talking about?" My father recovered quickly, his expression shifting to defensive indignation. "You were eavesdropping on a private conversation. I came home early to share good news about a client presentation," I shot back. "You were broadcasting your conversation through the whole house because you can't operate video call software properly. You clearly misunderstood." My mother interjected, reaching for my hand. I pulled away before she could touch me. "Whatever you think you heard, I heard you too, Mom. Joining in about how cold I am, how focused on money and status, how you're tired of walking on eggshells around me and pretending to be interested in my work stories, how the expensive Christmas watches I bought you were tasteless, how you're both just playing the game until you can afford to move near Heather." My mother's mouth opened and closed, no words emerging. Beside her, my father switched tactics. "Everyone vents sometimes, Audrey. You're taking things out of context. Of course, we appreciate everything you do for us. Do you?" I reached into my bag and pulled out a folder I'd prepared for this moment, though I hadn't been sure it would come. "Let me show you what everything looks like." I opened the folder and removed a spreadsheet, sliding it across the coffee table toward them. "This is a complete accounting of what I've spent supporting you both for the past 3 years. Mortgage payments, $14,400, $14,200 and $36. Groceries and household expenses, $28,500. Car insurance, cell phone bills, medical expenses not covered by Medicare, $22,375. Home repairs and improvements, $31,900. I turned to a second page, plus the loans that were never repaid. Dad's new truck after the bankruptcy, $42,000. Mom's cosmetic dental work, $8,400. The Florida vacation last winter, $6,700. Heather's children's private school application fees that you insisted on covering, $3,600. Heather's head snapped up. What? They told me you offered to pay those. I did, I confirmed after they pressured me. Just like I've been secretly funding your children's college accounts for the past 5 years. $500 a month, automatically transferred. That's $30,000 they haven't bothered to tell you about. The look of shock on her face confirmed what I'd suspected. Our parents had taken credit for my financial contributions to her children's future, just as they'd taken credit for my success when it suited them. You've been supporting us. Yes, my father acknowledged grudgingly, but that's what family does. We raised you, put you through college. My scholarships and student loans put me through college, I corrected, which I paid off myself. As for raising me, let's talk about that. I turned to Heather. Did you know Dad missed my high school graduation because Kelsey had a dance recital the same day? Heather frowned. That's not how they explained it to me. They said you told them not to come because you were embarrassed about Dad's bankruptcy. Of course, that's what they told you. I shook my head. Years of collected slights and dismissals suddenly crystallized into a clear pattern. They've been playing us against each other our whole lives, making you the golden child and me the responsible one, ensuring we never compared notes. My mother stood abruptly. This is ridiculous. We've always loved both our daughters equally. Really? I shot back. Then why did you tell Stanley that Heather is Dad's real achievement, while I'm just a pathetic workaholic? Why did you spend more on Heather's prom dress than you did on my entire college dorm setup? Why have you attended every single one of her children's birthday parties, but forgot mine for 3 years running? The silence that followed was deafening. My father stared at the financial spreadsheet, seemingly unable to dispute the concrete evidence of my support. My mother had given up on tears and was now looking at me with something close to hatred, her mask of maternal concern completely dropped. I don't expect answers, I continued, gathering the papers and returning them to my bag. I don't even want them anymore. What I want is for you to understand exactly why I'm leaving. It's not about the money. It's about the decades of emotional manipulation and favoritism. It's about discovering that the people I've sacrificed everything for see me as nothing but a convenient resource. I turned to Heather, whose expression had shifted from confusion to dawning comprehension. I don't blame you. You didn't create the dynamic. They did, but I'm done with it. What about us? My father finally asked, gesturing between himself and my mother. Where are we supposed to go in 3 days? That's not my problem anymore. I've accepted a position with Westbrook Financial in Denver. I'm leaving the day after closing. You can't just abandon us. My mother insisted, panic replacing anger. Where are your parents? Being a parent is more than biology, I countered. It's support, encouragement, and love. Things I've given you far more of than I've ever received. I stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. You can stay until closing day. After that, you're on your own. Heather rose as well, her expression troubled. Mom, Dad, maybe you could stay with us for a little while until you find a place. The speed with which they pivoted to their backup plan was almost impressive. My mother's tears returned on cue as she embraced Heather. Oh, sweetheart, we wouldn't want to impose. It's fine, Heather said, though her tone suggested it was anything but. The guest room is small, but it's just temporary. I caught her eye over our mother's shoulder, and for the first time in our adult lives, I felt a moment of true connection with my sister. A shared recognition of the manipulation we'd both been subject to in different ways. She gave me a small, sad nod. As they discussed logistics, I quietly left the room. There was nothing more to say. The truth had been laid bare, the decision made. In 3 days, I would close this brutal chapter of my life and begin writing a new one, entirely on my own terms, free from the crushing weight of unrequited family obligation. Closing day arrived with a sense of finality that was both terrifying and utterly liberating. I met Natalie at the title company's office, signing document after document, initialing pages until my hand cramped. When the final paper was processed, she handed me a cashier's check for $823,450, the sale price minus the remaining mortgage balance and closing costs. Congratulations, she said, shaking my hand. Most of my clients are sad on closing day, but you look relieved. I am, I admit it. It's a fresh start. My parents had moved out the previous day, reluctantly relocating to Heather's guest room just until we find the perfect place, as they'd put it. They'd taken far more than their personal belongings. Kitchen appliances I'd purchased, the new living room furniture, even bathroom fixtures that should have stayed with the house. I just let it go. The material things seemed insignificant compared to the emotional baggage I was finally leaving behind. After the closing, I returned to the empty house for one final walkthrough. Each room held memories, some good, many tainted now by the knowledge of my parents' true feelings. The kitchen where I'd prepared countless family meals, the dining room where I'd endured subtle criticisms disguised as concern, the home office where I'd overheard the conversation that changed everything. I was standing in my old bedroom when Heather arrived alone. "I thought you might be here," she said, hovering in the doorway. "The kids are with Keith's mom. I wanted to help with any last-minute things." "I'm all packed," I replied, gesturing to the bare room. "The movers took everything yesterday." She nodded, stepping further inside. "I'm sorry, Audrey." About all of it, her voice was soft. "I had no idea they felt that way about you." "I know," I assured her. "It's not your fault, but I benefited from it," she acknowledged, surprising me with her insight. "My whole life I got the praise, the attention, the support. I never questioned why, because it was normal to you. Why would you question it?" We stood in silence for a moment, the weight of shared history heavy between us. "Are we going to stay in touch?" she finally asked after I move. "I'd like to," I said honestly. "You and the kids, we can video chat, figure out a new relationship without them in the middle." She smiled tentatively. "I'd like that too." Together, we walked through the house one last time, locking doors and closing blinds. At the front entrance, I handed her the spare key I'd been keeping for the buyers. "Take care of yourself in Denver," she said, embracing me awkwardly. We'd never been physically affectionate siblings. "Take care of yourself with them," I replied. "Don't let them do to you what they did to me." Zoe was waiting in her car when I emerged, ready for our 2-day road trip to Denver. We'd planned it as an adventure, a cleansing journey from my old life to the new. "Ready?" she asked as I slid into the passenger seat. "More than you know." As Chicago receded in the rearview mirror, the tension I'd carried for years began to dissolve. We crossed state lines, singing along to playlists, stopping at quirky roadside attractions, talking about everything and nothing. With each mile, each smile, I felt lighter, more myself. Denver welcomed us with stunning mountain views and clear blue skies. My new apartment was everything Melissa had promised. Modern, spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing the distant Rockies. The furnishings I'd kept fit perfectly, and what was missing could be replaced in time. "This place is gorgeous," Zoe declared as we uncorked a bottle of champagne that first night. "To new beginnings, to freedom," I countered, clinking my glass against hers. Zoe stayed for a week, helping me settle in before flying back to Chicago. Her departure was bittersweet, my only connection to my old life returning to it. But I wasn't alone for long. My new position at Westbrook Financial began the following Monday. The team welcomed me warmly, and the work itself was engaging, similar enough to my previous role to leverage my expertise, different enough to present new challenges. My boss, Monica Evans, had a management style that emphasized results over face time, a refreshing change from Chicago's more traditional banking culture. 1 month into my new life, I was establishing routines. Morning runs in a nearby park, weekend hikes in the foothills, evenings spent reading or exploring my new city. My apartment was truly taking shape, becoming a true reflection of my tastes without accommodation for anyone else's preferences. The phone call from Heather came on a Sunday afternoon. "How's Denver?" she asked after pleasantries were exchanged. "It's wonderful," I replied truthfully. "How are things there?" Her hesitation told me everything before she spoke. "Challenging. Mom and Dad are still with us. They've looked at a few apartments but always find reasons why they won't work. Let me guess. Too small, too expensive, wrong neighborhood." "Exactly," she sighed, "and they're not contributing to household expenses. Keith is getting frustrated. They did the same thing to me," I reminded her gently. "It's a pattern, I know, I just—" She paused. "I feel guilty even complaining to you about it after what you went through." "Don't," I told her. "We're both their daughters, just in different roles." After we hung up, I felt a momentary pang of guilt. Had I simply shifted their burden from my shoulders to Heather's? But I reminded myself that Heather had Keith, a partnership to help bear the weight. And unlike me, she'd been raised with the tools to set boundaries, having seen them modeled by our parents her entire life. That night, I noticed a letter in my mail pile with my mother's distinctive handwriting. I set it aside, not yet ready to read whatever justifications or manipulations it contained. Instead, I went out onto my balcony, watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of pink and gold. For the first time in memory, I was sleeping through the night, uninterrupted by anxiety, dreams, or insomnia. My appetite had returned, and with it, a few pounds that softened the gaunt look stress had carved into my face. Colleagues commented on my energy, my creativity, the fresh perspectives I brought to meetings. The following week, I received a video call request from Victoria. Curious, I accepted. "Denver agrees with you," she observed, studying me through the screen. "You look well." "I am well," I confirmed. "How are things at Hartman?" "Productive." "Your replacement is working out, though she lacks your attention to detail." She paused, expression turning serious. "I should mention that your parents contacted the firm asking for your new address." My stomach tightened. "What did you tell them?" "That it's against company policy to disclose personal information about employees." They were quite insistent. "Your father especially. Thank you for not sharing it." Victoria nodded. "I gathered there were personal reasons for your relocation. It's not my business, but if you ever need anything." "I appreciate that," I said, touched by her unexpected support. After the call, I messaged Heather, asking her to reinforce with our parents that contacting my workplace was unacceptable. Her response was immediate: "Already handled it. They won't do it again." Perhaps the most unexpected development in my new life was my neighbor, Gabriel Thompson. We'd met in the elevator my first week, both carrying grocery bags from the organic market down the street. He was a software engineer, transplanted from Seattle 2 years earlier, with an easy smile and no expectations. Our friendship developed naturally, casual conversations in the lobby, evolving into coffee at the corner cafe, then hiking excursions on weekends. He didn't press for details about my past, accepting my vague explanations about wanting a change of scenery. In return, I didn't question the sadness that sometimes flickered across his features when certain topics arose. 6 months after my arrival in Denver, I stood on my balcony, watching the first snowfall of the season, a cup of hot chocolate warming my hands. My phone buzzed with a text from Gabriel. "Snow day hike tomorrow. The trails look magical after a fresh powder." I smiled, typing back my acceptance. Behind me, my apartment glowed with warmth. Smaller than my Chicago home, but truly mine in every way that mattered. On the wall hung a painting I'd commissioned of the Chicago skyline, my way of honoring the city that had shaped me without being defined by it. I was not the same person who had overheard that devastating conversation half a year ago. That Audrey had been defined by her role as the dutiful daughter, the family ATM, the responsible one. This Audrey was defined by her own choices, her own priorities, her own joy. The path to this freedom hadn't been easy or clean. There were still moments of doubt, flashes of the old guilt, but they were growing fainter, overwhelmed by the evidence that I had made the right choice for myself, and perhaps, ultimately, for everyone involved. December arrived with a flurry of snow and holiday decorations throughout Denver. My professional life had exceeded all expectations. 3 months after joining Westbrook Financial, I'd been promoted to team lead, managing 6 analysts and reporting directly to the regional director. My colleagues respected my expertise and clients appreciated my straightforward approach to financial planning. Personally, I'd found my footing in this new city. My apartment, while more modest than my Chicago home, felt authentically mine. I'd purchased it in October after my rental lease expired, using a portion of the proceeds from the Illinois house. At 1,500 square feet, it was the perfect size for one person who valued quality over quantity. My friendship with Gabriel had deepened into something more, though we were taking things slowly. Both of us carried baggage from previous relationships. His, a divorce. Mine, the complex entanglement of family dysfunction. We'd agreed to be intentional about our connection, building a foundation of honesty and respect before defining what we might become to each other. Every Saturday morning, I video called with Heather and her children. These conversations had become a highlight of my week, a way to maintain family bonds that were healthy and reciprocal. Her oldest, Tyler, was applying to colleges and often sought my advice on financial planning for education. The younger two, Emma and Lily, simply enjoyed showing me their latest art projects or soccer trophies. My parents, meanwhile, had made multiple attempts to reconnect on their terms. Email forwards with passive-aggressive subject lines like, "In case you're interested in your family," arrived regularly. Phone calls came on holidays and birthdays, filled with subtle guilt trips and thinly veiled criticisms of my abandonment. I'd finally read my mother's letter, finding exactly what I'd expected, a master class in manipulation disguised as maternal concern. "We only want what's best for you," she'd written. "Families should stay together, especially as parents age. Your father and I aren't getting any younger." Dr. Richardson, who continued our therapy sessions via video, helped me navigate these boundary violations without falling back into old patterns. "Forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation," she reminded me. "You can release the anger without allowing them back into a position where they can harm you." As Christmas approached, I faced a decision about holiday plans. Heather had invited me to visit Chicago, offering her home as neutral territory for a potential family gathering. Gabriel had suggested a ski weekend in Aspen as an alternative. A third option beckoned as well, hosting my own small celebration in Denver with local friends I'd made through work and my hiking group. "What does your gut tell you?" Dr. Richardson asked during our session. "That I'm not ready to see them," I admitted. "The thought of sitting across a table from my father, pretending everything is fine, I can't do it yet." "Then don't. Your healing timeline is your own." I chose option 3, decorating my apartment with tasteful but festive touches. A small tree in the corner, twinkling lights along the balcony railing, handmade wreaths I'd created at a community workshop. I invited 8 people for Christmas Eve dinner, including Gabriel and Monica from work with her husband. The day before the gathering, my doorbell rang. A delivery person handed me a package from Heather. Inside were handmade ornaments from the children, along with a card that brought tears to my eyes. "We miss you, but we understand. Building your own traditions is important too. Love you, sis." I hung the ornaments prominently on my tree, photographing them to send with my thanks. As I was about to put my phone away, it rang. A Chicago number I recognized immediately. My father. For a moment I considered letting it go to voicemail, but something prompted me to answer. "Hello, Audrey." His voice sounded older, smaller somehow. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Dad," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "Your mother and I," he began, then cleared his throat. "We're in our own place now. A small apartment near Heather." "That's good. I'm glad to hear it." An awkward silence stretched between us. I waited, refusing to fill it as I once would have. "Things have been difficult," he finally continued. "Financially. The rental market here is worse than we expected." There it was. The real purpose of the call. "I'm sorry to hear that." Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear his internal struggle. Pride wrestling with need, expectation battling with the new reality. "Audrey, I know things ended badly, but we're your parents." "We need," Dad, I interrupted gently but firmly. "I'm not in a position to provide financial support anymore. My life has changed. My expenses and priorities are different now. But family helps family," he insisted, the familiar guilt tactic emerging. "Yes, they do," I said. "And that help can take many forms. I'm happy to stay in touch, to rebuild a relationship based on mutual respect, but my financial support is no longer an option." The silence that followed told me everything about his true priorities. When he spoke again, his voice was tight with suppressed anger. "I see. Well, Merry Christmas then." "Merry Christmas, Dad," I repeated, ending the call before he could continue. I stood on my balcony afterward, watching snow fall gently on the city below. 6 months ago, that conversation would have left me devastated, racked with guilt and self-doubt. Now I felt only a calm certainty that I had made the right decision, not just for my financial well-being, but for my emotional health. Christmas Eve arrived with perfect, Rocky Mountain clarity. Brilliant blue skies contrasting with snow-covered peaks in the distance. My apartment filled with delicious aromas as I prepared dinner, something I'd once done out of obligation, but now enjoyed as a creative expression. Gabriel arrived early to help, moving around my kitchen with comfortable familiarity. "Your dad called again," he asked when I mentioned the conversation. Trying the direct approach this time, I confirmed, checking the roast in the oven. At least he was honest about wanting money, And you're okay with setting that boundary? I considered the question seriously. Yes. For the first time in my adult life, I feel like I'm making choices based on what's right for me, not what others expect or demand. He smiled, the expression warming his eyes. That's what I admire about you, Audrey. Your courage to redefine yourself, to navigate by your own stars. As my guests arrived, bringing wine and desserts and holiday cheer, I realized I'd created something precious here. A chosen family, built on genuine connection rather than obligation. We laughed and shared stories, exchanged small gifts, celebrated the season with joy, uncomplicated by past grievances or hidden agendas. After everyone had gone home, Gabriel lingered, helping me clean up despite my protests that it could wait until morning. I have something for you, he said, pulling a small, wrapped package from his jacket pocket. Not exactly a Christmas gift, more of a new tradition gift. Inside was a beautiful compass, its brass case engraved with mountains and stars. For someone who found her true north, he explained, who had the courage to navigate by her own stars. My phone rang before I could respond, my parents calling for their annual Christmas check-in. In previous years, I would have immediately answered, abandoning whatever I was doing to fulfill my filial duty. This time, I looked at Gabriel, at the compass in my hand, at the home I'd created for myself. I'll call them back tomorrow, I decided, silencing the ringer. Tonight is for new beginnings. As I stood on my balcony later that night, Gabriel's arm around my shoulders, watching the city lights twinkle beneath a canopy of stars, I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. The journey from Chicago to Denver had been far more than geographical. It had been a reclamation of self, a declaration of worth, a lesson in the difference between obligation and love. I had sold a house worth $830,000. But what I gained in return was priceless. The knowledge that I deserved better, the strength to create boundaries, and the freedom to build a life that honored my own heart. So, what would you have done in my situation? Would you have confronted your parents immediately or taken a similar approach to mine? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. If you've ever had to set difficult boundaries with family, share your experience. Your story might help someone else who's struggling with similar issues. Thank you so much for spending this time with me today. If you found value in my story, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more real-life experiences and lessons learned. Share this video with someone who might need to hear that it's okay to prioritize their own well-being. Until next time, remember that true family is defined by love and respect, not just by blood. Take care of yourselves. Story 5. My ex was so much better in every way, you'll never compare, she told me while dating her high school sweetheart again. I wished them well and moved on completely. 3 years later, she's single and crying outside my office asking if I still love her. The engagement ring was still hidden in my sock drawer when Monica called that Tuesday evening to tell me she was leaving me for her high school sweetheart. We'd been living together for 2 years in our apartment near Tempe Town Lake, where I'd grown comfortable with our Sunday morning routine of trail walks and farmers market coffee, never suspecting she found our life together as suffocating as a poorly ventilated building. I'm a civil engineer for the city of Phoenix, the kind of guy who believes in strong foundations, careful planning, and building things that last. The principles I'd applied to our relationship with the same methodical care I brought to designing bridges and infrastructure projects. Just 3 weeks before that devastating phone call, I'd spent my lunch breaks visiting jewelry stores in Scottsdale, comparing diamond cuts and settings, mentally rehearsing the proposal I'd planned for our upcoming vacation to Sedona, where I'd reserved a table at Lowbridge overlooking Oak Creek, the same spot where she'd first told me she loved me 2 years earlier. The ring I'd chosen was a classic solitaire with a princess-cut diamond, something timeless and elegant that matched her style, and I'd even gotten approval from her best friend Sarah about the design, feeling confident and excited about taking this next step in our relationship. But that Tuesday evening in March, as I sat in my office reviewing blueprints for a new water treatment facility, Monica's call shattered everything I thought I knew about us. "Alex, we need to talk," she said, and something in her voice immediately made my stomach drop, that flat, distant tone people use when they've already made a decision and are just going through the motions of delivering bad news. "I can't do this anymore," she continued without preamble, her words cutting through the phone line like a knife. "Ryan's back in town, and we've been talking, and I realize now that what we had in high school was real love, not this safe, comfortable thing you and I have been settling for." Ryan, her high school sweetheart who'd moved to Los Angeles after graduation to pursue some vague dreams of becoming an actor or influencer. The guy whose photos still occasionally popped up on her social media with captions about following your passion and living your best life that always made me roll my eyes. "Monica, what are you saying exactly?" I asked, setting down my pen, and feeling that familiar engineers need to understand the structural integrity of what was happening to my life. "I'm saying Ryan was always so much better in every way. He was captain of the football team. He has this confidence and charisma that makes everyone notice him when he walks into a room, and being with him feels electric and alive in a way that you and I just don't," she said, and I could hear her voice getting stronger, more convinced with each word. "You're a good guy, Alex. Really you are, but you'll never compare to what Ryan and I had, what we still have. He makes me feel like the most important person in the world, not just someone who fits neatly into your 5-year plan." The irony wasn't lost on me that she was criticizing my planning, while I literally had an engagement ring receipt in my wallet. But I stayed quiet, letting her continue this character assassination that felt like watching a controlled demolition of everything we'd built together. "You're safe but boring, Alex. You come home at the same time every day. You want to watch Netflix and cook dinner and talk about water main repairs or whatever project you're working on. And that's fine for some people. But I need more than that," she said, her voice gaining momentum like she'd been practicing this speech. "Ryan just got back from LA where he was working on this amazing startup, and he has all these stories about celebrity parties and business deals. And when he talks about the future, it's not about 401k contributions and mortgage rates. It's about really living, about taking risks and chasing dreams." I found myself staring at the framed photo on my desk of us hiking Camelback Mountain last fall, both of us grinning and sweaty and happy and wondering when exactly that version of us had become insufficient for her. "I've already moved my stuff out," she continued, and I realized this wasn't a conversation at all. It was a notification, a unilateral decision being delivered with the courtesy of a text message breakup, but the personal touch of hearing my inadequacy explained in real time. "Sarah helped me get my things while you were at work today, and I left your key on the kitchen counter." The practical part of my brain immediately started cataloging what this meant, splitting the lease, dividing the furniture we'd bought together, updating my emergency contacts at work, while the emotional part felt like I'd been sucker punched by someone I'd trusted completely. "For years, Monica," I finally said, my voice steadier than I felt. "4 years, and you're ending this with a phone call because your high school boyfriend came back to town, and suddenly I'm not exciting enough." "It's not about excitement, Alex. It's about passion, about feeling alive with someone instead of just existing comfortably," she replied, and I could picture her pacing around whatever friend's apartment she was calling from, probably gesturing dramatically the way she did when she was trying to convince herself as much as her audience. "Ryan and I have this connection that transcends the ordinary, this electric chemistry that makes everything feel possible, and I can't pretend anymore that what you and I have is enough when I know what real love actually feels like." The words hit exactly where she intended them to, making me question not just our relationship, but my entire approach to life, love, and what it meant to be worth choosing. "I hope you understand," she said, her tone softening slightly, probably realizing she'd been particularly brutal. "You'll find someone who appreciates your stability, and I really do wish you the best." After she hung up, I sat in my office until the cleaning crew arrived, staring at those blueprints and thinking about how you can engineer a perfect foundation, follow every best practice and safety protocol, and still watch the whole structure collapse because you miscalculated the load it was designed to bear. I could have called her back, could have driven to wherever she was staying and demanded we talk this through like adults, could have pointed out that Ryan had already abandoned her once when bigger opportunities called from Lowe's angels. But instead, I did something that apparently surprised everyone who knew us. I took her at her word. When I got home that night and saw my key sitting alone on the kitchen counter like a period at the end of a sentence, I didn't feel the urge to fight for someone who'd already decided I wasn't worth fighting for. I hope you find everything you're looking for with Ryan. I texted her the next morning, my only response to the 3 missed calls and 2 voicemails she'd left overnight. Messages I deleted without listening to because I figured if she had something important to say, she'd had 4 years to say it. The next weekend, I methodically packed my belongings into boxes labeled with the same precise handwriting I used for engineering reports, taking only what was clearly mine and leaving behind the furniture we'd bought together, the kitchen appliances we'd registered for last Christmas, and the framed photos of us that suddenly felt like evidence of a crime I hadn't known I was committing. I found a studio apartment in downtown Phoenix, a clean, efficient space in a converted warehouse building where I could walk to work and wouldn't have to drive past any of the restaurants or coffee shops that had become part of our routine. Before I moved my last box, I went through my phone and social media accounts with the same systematic approach I'd used to update project files after a client meeting, blocking Monica on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, not out of anger, but out of the practical recognition that watching someone else live your replacement life wasn't going to help anyone heal. When our mutual friends started reaching out with carefully worded texts asking what had happened, I gave them all the same response. Monica and I decided to go our separate ways, and I wish her nothing but happiness. The consistency of my answers seemed to frustrate people who were expecting drama, or at least some juicy details they could dissect over happy hour drinks. But I wasn't about to trash talk someone I genuinely cared about just because she decided I wasn't enough. My friend Jake from the volleyball league actually seemed disappointed when I wouldn't elaborate, saying, "Dude, she basically told you that you're boring and dumped you for her ex. Aren't you pissed?" "What's the point of being pissed?" I replied, focusing on the beer in my hands rather than the expectation in his eyes. She made her choice, and honestly, if Ryan makes her happier, then maybe she did us both a favor. The weird thing was I actually meant it, not the part about doing me a favor, because getting your heart shattered definitely didn't feel like a kindness, but the part about wanting her to be happy. If Monica needed electric chemistry and celebrity party stories, and someone who made her feel like the center of the universe, then she deserved to have that, and I deserved to be with someone who didn't find my steady presence as exciting as watching paint dry. The first month after Monica left, I threw myself into work with the kind of intensity usually reserved for emergency repairs during monsoon season, volunteering for every challenging infrastructure project the city had on the books and staying late to perfect designs that were already more than adequate. When the transportation department needed someone to lead the preliminary engineering for a new light rail extension connecting downtown Phoenix to the airport, I raised my hand before anyone else could speak, knowing that the technical complexity and regulatory hurdles would require the kind of focused attention that left no room for dwelling on failed relationships. But the real breakthrough came when I discovered rock climbing at South Mountain. Initially just looking for a weekend activity that would get me out of my studio apartment, where the silence had become deafening, but finding something that demanded complete mental presence in a way that made everything else disappear. There's something profoundly therapeutic about hanging 40 feet off the ground, trusting your equipment and your technique, while your brain has to shut off every worry except the next handhold. And I started going twice a week, then 3 times, until I was leading routes that would have terrified the version of me who'd been content with farmers' market walks. The physical challenge led me to join a recreational volleyball league downtown, partly because my climbing buddies kept inviting me, and partly because I'd realized that Monica wasn't entirely wrong about my social life needing some expansion beyond work colleagues and Netflix. Tuesday and Thursday evening games became something I actually looked forward to, surrounded by engineers and teachers and small business owners who had no idea about my recent romantic failures and seemed to appreciate my reliable serve and steady teamwork without needing me to be anyone other than exactly who I was. I also started taking Spanish classes at the community college on Monday nights, something I'd been meaning to do for years since half my job involved working with Spanish-speaking contractors and community members, but had always found excuses to postpone when Monica wanted to spend evenings planning weekend trips or watching reality TV shows about people with more dramatic problems than ours. Learning a new language at 28 felt like proof that my brain wasn't as set in its ways as Monica had implied, and there was something satisfying about the methodical progression from basic vocabulary to actual conversations with my instructor, Mrs. Hernandez, who had infinite patience for my engineering-precise pronunciation attempts. The most meaningful change came when I started volunteering with Habitat for Humanity on Saturday mornings, swinging hammers and installing drywall for families who'd never owned homes before, working alongside retirees and college students and other volunteers who showed up consistently, not because they had to, but because they wanted to build something good in the world. There's a particular satisfaction in framing walls and installing electrical systems for people who have been saving and hoping for years to have a place that's truly theirs. And I found myself looking forward to those early mornings more than any date night I'd had with Monica, probably because the work felt purposeful in a way that dinner conversations about her co-workers' drama never had. Each weekend, as I watched families walk through their nearly completed homes for the first time, measuring rooms and planning where furniture would go, I realized I was reconstructing my own life with the same careful attention to detail I brought to building theirs, laying a foundation that could support whatever came next, instead of just hoping the existing structure would somehow hold together indefinitely. 3 years later, I barely recognized the man Monica had dismissed as safe and boring, though the transformation hadn't happened overnight, but rather through the same methodical approach I brought to everything else, consistent effort compounding into results that surprised even me. The light rail project I'd volunteered for during my darkest post-breakup days had evolved into leading the design for a major transit corridor connecting Phoenix to Scottsdale, a $180 million infrastructure initiative that put me in regular meetings with city council members and earned me a feature article in Arizona Highways magazine about innovative urban planning. When Mayor Gallego personally thanked me at the groundbreaking ceremony, calling the project a model for sustainable development that other cities will study for decades, I felt a quiet satisfaction that had nothing to do with impressing anyone else and everything to do with knowing I'd helped build something that would improve thousands of people's daily lives. My rock climbing had progressed from those tentative first routes at South Mountain to leading weekend expeditions up Camelback Mountain's more technical faces, guiding newer climbers through the same mental and physical challenges that had helped me rebuild my confidence after Monica's departure. There's something profound about belaying someone through their first difficult climb, watching them discover they're capable of more than they believed possible. And I'd found a community of adventurous, grounded people who shared my appreciation for both calculated risks and meticulous preparation. The Spanish classes had paid off beyond my wildest expectations. Not only was I fluent enough to conduct community meetings entirely in Spanish, but I'd started volunteering as a translator for immigrant families navigating the city's permitting process, helping them understand building codes and zoning requirements in their own language. Mrs. Hernandez still sent me articles in Spanish about engineering innovations in Latin America, proud of her former student who'd gone from struggling with conjugations to being featured in Univision's coverage of the transit project. I'd bought a modern townhouse in Roosevelt Row, the arts district downtown where galleries and coffee shops had replaced empty lots, A three-bedroom place with clean lines and floor-to-ceiling windows that reflected both my improved financial situation and my evolved aesthetic sense. The promotion to senior project manager had come with a 40% salary increase, but more importantly, it had given me the confidence to start A&M Consulting on weekends, specializing in sustainable urban development for smaller municipalities that couldn't afford the big engineering firms. My first client was the town of Wickenburg, where I designed a water conservation system that reduced their municipal usage by 30% while actually improving service reliability, the kind of elegant solution that proved Monica wrong about my capacity for innovation and risk-taking. The real validation came when Phoenix Business Journal named me to their 30 under 30 list of rising professionals, with a write-up that described my work as combining technical excellence with environmental consciousness to create infrastructure that serves both current needs and future generations. The photo they used was from the Camelback mountain climbing expedition I'd led for a team building exercise with my consulting clients, all of us grinning and dusty after successfully summiting the most challenging route I'd attempted, looking like someone who'd never been told he was too boring to keep a woman's interest. The shy, predictable engineer who'd been dumped for his high school rival had become someone who designed transit systems by day, led rock climbing expeditions on weekends, conducted business meetings in 3 languages, and ran a consulting firm that was booked solid through the next fiscal year, not because I'd tried to become someone else, but because I'd finally had the space to become fully myself. I was leaving my downtown office on a Tuesday evening in October, mentally reviewing the presentation I'd give to the city council the next morning about Phase 2 of the transit project, when I spotted someone sitting on the concrete steps of our building who looked vaguely familiar but completely out of place. At first glance, I thought it might be a homeless person who'd found shelter in the alcove, but as I got closer, something about the posture and the hair color made my steps slow, and then stop completely when I realized I was looking at Monica, though a version of her I'd never seen before, disheveled and hollow-eyed, crying quietly into her hands like she'd been there for hours. She looked up when my shadow fell across the steps, and the recognition in her red-rimmed eyes was immediately followed by something that looked like shame mixed with desperate relief, as if she'd been hoping I'd appear but dreading the moment it actually happened. "Alex," she said, her voice hoarse and barely above a whisper, "I've been waiting for you." The woman who'd once dismissed me as boring and predictable was wearing clothes that looked like they'd been slept in, her usually perfect hair unwashed and hanging limp around a face that had lost at least 20 pounds, giving her cheekbones a sharp, almost skeletal appearance that spoke of stress and poor nutrition. "Monica, what are you doing here?" I asked, settling my laptop bag more securely on my shoulder while maintaining what I hoped was a safe distance, both physically and emotionally. "How did you even know where I work?" "I saw the article in Phoenix Business Journal," she said, wiping her nose with the back of her hand in a gesture that was startlingly childlike coming from someone who'd once been so concerned with appearances. "About your transit project and the consulting company, and I needed to see you." She took a shaky breath and looked up at me with eyes that held 3 years' worth of regret and something that looked dangerously close to desperation. "Ryan left me," she said simply, and then the floodgates opened, words tumbling out between sobs like she'd been holding them back for months. "He left me 6 months ago, but really he destroyed everything long before that. He wasn't who I thought he was, Alex, not even close." I found myself sitting down on the steps despite every instinct telling me to keep walking, partly because Monica looked like she might collapse if I left, and partly because I needed to hear what had happened to the confident woman who'd been so certain that Ryan represented everything I could never be. "He started changing right after we got back together," she continued, her voice gaining strength as she began what felt like a confession she'd been practicing. "At first it was little things. He didn't like my friends, said they were holding me back from becoming the person I could be with him, and it felt romantic, like he saw potential in me that other people missed." She laughed bitterly, a sound that had no joy in it whatsoever. Within 6 months, I'd stopped talking to Sarah, stopped going to the book club I'd been in for 2 years, stopped doing anything that didn't involve Ryan or his approval. The picture she painted was devastating in its familiarity, classic emotional manipulation dressed up as devotion, isolation disguised as exclusive attention, control presented as care. He convinced me to quit my graphic design job because he said it was beneath me that I should focus on building our life together while he handled the finances, she said, staring at her hands like she couldn't believe her own stupidity. Except there were no finances to handle. All those stories about his successful startup in LA, the celebrity connections, the business deals, it was all lies, Alex. He was living off credit cards and charm, bouncing from couch to couch, and making it sound like adventure. I felt a mixture of vindication and genuine sadness as she described how Ryan had gradually taken control of her bank account, her credit cards, even her car, all under the guise of managing their resources more efficiently, while he pursued various get-rich-quick schemes that never materialized into actual income. The cheating started early, but I didn't want to see it, she said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. Other women would text his phone when I was sitting right there, and he'd say they were business contacts or old friends, and I believed him because I wanted to believe him. She looked up at me with eyes that held a painful awareness of her own willingness to be deceived. I found out about all of them eventually, Sarah from his gym, the bartender at that place on Mill Avenue, even my old coworker Jessica who he met at my company's Christmas party. And when I confronted him, he said it was my fault for being boring and needy and not giving him the space he needed to be successful. The final blow had come when Ryan simply disappeared one morning, taking her car, her credit cards, and the last $3,000 from her savings account, leaving behind only a note that said he'd found someone who understood his vision and couldn't be dragged down by negativity anymore. I lost my apartment because I couldn't make rent without his income, which turned out to be mostly my income anyway, and had to move back in with my parents in Glendale, she said, the words coming out like physical pain. I'm 31 years old, Alex, living in my childhood bedroom, working part-time at a coffee shop, because my references from my old job are useless after 3 years, and I can barely get through a day without having panic attacks about how completely I destroyed my life. The irony was so sharp it almost felt cruel. The man she'd claimed was so much better in every way had systematically dismantled everything good in her life, while I, the supposedly inadequate backup plan, had built something extraordinary from the foundation of that rejection. We sat in silence for several minutes while Monica composed herself, wiping her face with tissues from a travel pack she pulled from her purse, and I found myself studying this broken version of someone I'd once planned to marry, trying to reconcile the confident woman who dismissed me so cruelly with the fragile person sitting beside me on these concrete steps. When she finally looked up at me again, there was something different in her eyes, not just regret, but a calculating desperation that made me instinctively lean back, recognizing the look of someone about to ask for something they had no right to request. Alex, I know I have absolutely no right to say this after what I did to you, but I need to ask you something, she began, her voice steadying as she shifted into what felt like a rehearsed speech. Do you think there's any possibility, any chance at all, that we could try again? The question hung in the evening air like smog, and I felt a familiar engineer's impulse to analyze the structural integrity of what she was proposing, examining it from every angle before determining whether it could bear any weight. Monica, what exactly are you asking me? I said carefully, watching her face cycle through hope, desperation, and something that looked like strategic thinking. I'm asking if you still love me, she said, reaching out as if to touch my arm before apparently thinking better of it. Because I never stopped loving you, Alex. I was just confused and stupid and thought I wanted something else. But these 3 years have taught me that stability and kindness matters so much more than excitement and passion. She was gaining momentum now, like a sales pitch she'd been perfecting, and I recognized the same persuasive energy she'd once used to convince me to spend $200 on concert tickets for bands I'd never heard of. I made the biggest mistake of my life when I left you, and I've regretted it every single day since. She continued, tears starting fresh, but somehow seeming more performative than the raw grief she'd shown earlier. I know now what real love looks like. It's not fireworks and drama. It's someone who shows up every day, who builds something solid and lasting, who treats you with respect even when things get difficult. The words sounded nice, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was describing the benefits package of a relationship rather than actual feelings for me as a person. I've been following your career online, and Alex, I am so amazed by what you've accomplished, she said, her voice taking on an almost breathless quality. The transit project, the consulting company, that article calling you one of Phoenix's rising leaders, you've become everything I always knew you could be, and I feel like such an idiot for not seeing it before. There it was, the confirmation that she'd been researching my life, calculating my worth, determining whether I'd become successful enough to warrant her renewed interest. I keep thinking about all the good times we had together, she continued, apparently interpreting my silence as encouragement. Remember our first apartment, how we'd cook dinner together every Sunday and plan out our week. Remember that trip to Flagstaff, where we got snowed in and just talked for hours about everything we wanted to build together. She was cherry-picking memories like a real estate agent highlighting a property's best features while ignoring the structural problems. And I found myself wondering if she'd forgotten about all the times she'd complained about those same quiet Sunday evenings being boring. We could have all of that again, but better, she said, leaning closer with the of someone making a final argument to a jury. We're both older now, wiser, we know what really matters. We could build something incredible together, Alex, something even stronger than what we had before. I watched her face as she spoke, seeing not the woman I'd once loved, but someone desperately trying to trade on a connection that had died 3 years ago. And I realized that Monica was still the same person who'd left me. She just learned to frame her self-interest in more palatable terms. You've grown so much, become so successful and confident, she continued, apparently mistaking my analytical silence for consideration. And I've learned what it means to lose something precious, to understand the value of a man who actually shows up and builds something real instead of just making promises he never keeps. The last part came out with a bitterness that was clearly directed at Ryan, and I understood that this wasn't really about wanting me back. It was about needing someone to rescue her from the consequences of her own choices, and I happened to be the most convenient candidate who'd proven himself capable of providing the stability she now desperately needed. I listened to everything Monica said with the same careful attention I'd give to a client explaining their infrastructure needs, recognizing the genuine pain behind her words, while also hearing the strategic calculation that made this feel less like a reconciliation attempt and more like a business proposal disguised as romance. When she finally finished speaking and looked at me with desperate hopefulness, I took a long breath and reached into my wallet, pulling out one of my business cards and writing something on the back before handing it to her. Monica, I can see that you're going through something incredibly difficult, and I'm genuinely sorry that Ryan turned out to be someone who would hurt you like that, I said, watching her face fall slightly as she realized this wasn't going in the direction she'd hoped. The name on the back is Dr. Sarah Martinez. She's a therapist who helped me work through some difficult times after we broke up, and she has a sliding scale for people who are struggling financially. She stared at the card like it was a rejection letter, which in a way it was, though I hoped she could eventually see it as something more constructive. Alex, I'm not asking for therapy recommendations, she said, her voice taking on an edge of frustration. I'm asking if you still love me, if there's any chance for us to rebuild what we had. The directness of the question deserved an equally direct answer, even though I could see it wasn't what she wanted to hear. No, Monica, I don't love you anymore, I said as gently as I could manage. I haven't for a long time, and honestly, I'm not the same person you left 3 years ago, and you're not the same person I was in love with back then either. I watched her process this information, her face cycling through denial, anger, and what looked like genuine shock that I wasn't immediately grateful for her return. "The man you're asking to take you back doesn't exist anymore," I continued, standing up and adjusting my laptop bag. "And the woman I loved wouldn't have needed to lose everything before recognizing that stability and kindness have value. She would have appreciated those qualities from the beginning." There was no anger in my voice, no desire to hurt her further, just the quiet confidence that comes from finally understanding your own worth and refusing to accept less than you deserve. "Monica, you need to focus on rebuilding your own life rather than trying to reclaim a past that honestly wasn't as good as you're remembering it," I said, pulling my car keys from my pocket. "Find a good therapist. Maybe consider some job training programs to get back into graphic design. Work on understanding why you were willing to give up everything for someone who treated you badly. But don't do any of that for me or because you think it'll win me back." She looked up at me with tears streaming down her face, and for the first time in our conversation, they seemed completely genuine rather than strategic. "I really did love you, Alex," she said quietly. "I know that now. I believe you," I replied, and I meant it. "But love isn't just a feeling, Monica. It's a choice you make every day about how to treat someone, and 3 years ago you chose to treat me like I wasn't good enough for you." I started walking toward the parking garage, then paused and turned back one last time. "I hope you find whatever it is you're really looking for, and I hope you learn to value the right things before you find it." As I walked to my car, I felt something I hadn't expected, not vindication or satisfaction, but genuine gratitude for the painful experience that had forced me to become the person I was meant to be. Behind me, Monica remained on the steps, finally understanding the magnitude of what she'd lost, not just in terms of my success or stability, but in terms of losing someone who genuinely loved her and whom she'd thrown away for a fantasy that had turned into a nightmare. The engineer in me appreciated the symmetry of it all 3 years ago. She'd rejected the foundation I offered for the excitement of something flashier and less stable. And now, she was discovering that strong foundations aren't boring, they're essential. And once you've damaged them beyond repair, you can't just decide to rebuild on the same ground and expect the same results. Story 6. My fiancée called off our wedding for her soulmate from high school, then expected me to pay her student loans. Hey Reddit, this happened about 8 months ago, and I'm still processing the sheer audacity of it all. My fiancée canceled our wedding 3 weeks before the date because she found her destiny on Facebook. Then she had the nerve to expect me to keep paying her bills while she played house with her high school crush. Here's how that worked out for her. I, 32 male, started as a laborer right out of high school, worked nights to get my construction management degree, and clawed my way up over 12 years. I make around $95,000 now, which is solid money in our mid-sized city in Tennessee. My dad always told me, build something that lasts, son, because everything else is just noise. He was a concrete contractor who built half the foundations in our county, taught me to work with my hands, respect honest labor, and never trust anyone who looks down on the people who actually build the world they live in. Smart man. He'd spend weekends teaching me about different concrete mixes, how to read soil reports, why proper curing time mattered more than speed. "Shortcuts today become disasters tomorrow," he'd say, while we watched a foundation set. "I live in a 3-bedroom house I bought 5 years ago for $180,000. Fixed it up myself over 2 years. New kitchen, bathrooms, finished the basement. Nothing fancy, but it's mine, paid off early, and worth about $260,000 now. My neighbors are teachers, mechanics, nurses, working people who take care of their properties and mind their own business. The kind of neighborhood where people wave when they see you in the yard and offer to help when you're obviously struggling with a project. My fiancée, Emma, 29 female, is an elementary school teacher, or was anyway. She teaches 3rd grade at the local public school, makes about $48,000 a year, which isn't much, but she claims she's changing lives and following her passion. That's fine. Teachers are important, even if the pay sucks. What always bothered me was how she'd complain about the salary, but refused to consider teaching at private schools that paid better because they were less meaningful or not diverse enough. We met 3 years ago at my buddy Kevin's barbecue. Emma was dating his cousin at the time, but they broke up about a month later. She started texting me, we went on a few dates, and things progressed from there. She moved into my house after about 18 months, and I proposed last Christmas. The proposal was at her favorite restaurant downtown, nothing too flashy, just the two of us, and a ring I'd spent 3 months saving for. The ring cost me $8,500, nothing crazy, but a respectable 1.5-carat diamond that she picked out herself. The wedding was scheduled for last October, small ceremony, about 80 people, reception at the country club. Total budget around $22,000, which I was covering entirely since Emma's parents are retired and living on a fixed income. They'd offered to contribute what they could, but I could see the stress in their faces when we talked numbers. Here's where things get complicated. Emma has student loans. A lot of student loans. She went to a private college for her teaching degree, then got a master's in education from another private school. Total debt $89,000. Monthly payments $850. When she moved in, we had the money talk. She was struggling with the loan payments on a teacher's salary, so I offered to help. I've been paying her student loans for the past year and a half, $850 every month, plus I cover the mortgage, utilities, groceries, and most other expenses. She kicks in maybe $400 a month toward groceries and her personal stuff. The arrangement made sense at the time. We were building a future together, and her financial stress was affecting our relationship. I didn't mind helping. We were getting married, building a future together. Her debt would become our debt eventually anyway. Plus, she was always talking about how grateful she was, how she'd never had someone support her dreams like this before. She'd make little comments about how her previous boyfriends never understood her commitment to education, never supported her career the way I did. Looking back, there were signs I should have paid attention to, like how she'd roll her eyes whenever I talked about work projects. It's just buildings, Ryan. You act like you're curing cancer. Never mind that those buildings included 2 elementary schools that kids like hers would attend. When I'd get excited about solving a complex structural problem or meeting a tight deadline, she'd get this glazed look in her eyes like I was speaking a foreign language, or how she'd make comments about my truck. I drive a 2018 Ford F-150, fully loaded, that I bought used with cash. Good truck, reliable, perfect for hauling materials when I work on the house. But Emma would always point out BMWs and Audis in parking lots, saying things like, "Someday we'll upgrade to something more professional." She'd mention how her friend Sarah's boyfriend drove a Mercedes, how impressive it looked in the school parking lot. The worst was how she treated my family. My parents still live in the house I grew up in, a modest ranch on the outskirts of town. Dad's retired now, but he still keeps a small workshop where he builds furniture as a hobby. Emma would always find excuses not to visit, and when she did come, she'd sit on her phone the whole time looking bored. She'd make polite conversation but never showed genuine interest in Dad's stories about construction projects or Mom's garden. "Your dad's very handy," she said once, like it was an insult. My dad was more of the intellectual type. Her dad sold insurance before he retired. Nothing wrong with that, but acting like it made him superior to a man who built foundations for 40 years. That should have been a red flag. The beginning of the end started in August, about 2 months before our wedding. Emma had been spending a lot of time on social media, which wasn't unusual. Teachers loved their Facebook groups and Pinterest boards. But she was being secretive about it, angling her phone away from me, quickly closing apps when I walked by. When I'd ask what was so interesting, she'd just say, teacher stuff or wedding planning. One Saturday morning, she was in the kitchen making coffee, practically bouncing with excitement. I was sitting at the table, reviewing project timelines for a new medical center. We were breaking ground on the following week. Ryan, you'll never guess who reached out to me on Facebook. I was reading the news on my tablet, half listening. "Who's that?" "Tyler Morrison from high school, can you believe it?" The name meant nothing to me. Should I know who that is? Tyler was we dated senior year. He was student body president quarterback, voted most likely to succeed. We broke up when we went to different colleges, but we always said we'd find each other again someday. Her voice had this dreamy quality I'd never heard before, like she was talking about a movie star instead of some guy from 15 years ago. Something cold settled in my stomach, and he just randomly reached out. He's been going through a rough patch and saw my engagement announcement. He wanted to reconnect with old friends, see how everyone turned out. She was practically glowing. Isn't that sweet? Sweet wasn't the word I'd use. Convenient, maybe, suspicious, definitely. Over the next few weeks, Emma started bringing up Tyler constantly. Tyler had moved to California after college and worked in tech. Tyler had traveled all over Europe. Tyler was an artist on the side. He painted landscapes and sold them online. Tyler was going through a difficult time and needed emotional support from people who really knew him. Every conversation somehow circled back to Tyler's accomplishments, Tyler's creativity, Tyler's sensitive soul. He's always been so deep, she'd say, staring dreamily at her phone. Even in high school, he saw the world differently than everyone else. He understood me in a way that nobody else did. She'd show me his artwork, decent landscapes, nothing special. But she acted like he was the next Van Gogh. I asked if Tyler was married, had kids, what his situation was. Emma was vague. It's complicated, she'd say. He's figuring some things out. When I pressed for details, she'd get defensive, accusing me of being jealous or possessive. Red flags everywhere. But I was busy with work. We were wrapping up a major hospital project, and I was pulling 60-hour weeks. Wedding planning was mostly on autopilot, since we'd handled the big decisions months earlier. I trusted Emma to handle the final details, and I trusted her, period. Big mistake. Then Emma started talking about signs and destiny. Don't you think it's strange that Tyler reached out right before our wedding? She asked one night while I was reviewing blueprints at the kitchen table. Like, what are the odds? Pretty good, actually. Your engagement announcement was public on Facebook. Old friends see those and reach out all the time. She frowned. You don't believe in fate. I believe in making smart decisions and working hard. Fate is what people blame when they make bad choices. That conversation didn't go well. Emma accused me of being unromantic, of reducing everything to logic and practicality. There's more to life than blueprints and budgets, Ryan. Some things can't be measured or planned. Emma started working late more often, staying for faculty meetings and parent conferences. She'd come home talking about Tyler, how he understood her passion for teaching, how he encouraged her artistic side, how he made her feel intellectually stimulated in ways she hadn't experienced in years. The conversations felt like emotional infidelity, each one chipping away at what we'd built together. Each conversation felt like a knife twist. Here I was, working my ass off to provide for our future, while she was falling for some guy from her past who offered nothing but romantic fantasies. Tyler thinks I should be writing children's books, she announced one evening. He says I have natural storytelling ability, and I'm wasting it just teaching other people's curriculum. Writing books doesn't pay the bills, I pointed out. Your student loan payments alone are $850 a month. Not everything is about money, Ryan. Some things are about following your dreams. Easy to say when someone else is paying your bills. I wanted to point out that her dreams were funded by my very practical, unromantic construction work, but I held my tongue. The final blow came on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks before our wedding. I'd just gotten home from a long day dealing with a concrete pour that went sideways, covered in dust and exhausted. Emma was sitting at the kitchen table with a bottle of wine, her laptop open, tears streaming down her face. The whole scene felt staged, like she'd been rehearsing this moment. We need to talk, she said. The 4 words every man dreads. I sat down across from her, still in my work clothes, steel-toed boots heavy on my feet. What's wrong? I can't marry you, Ryan. The words hit like a physical blow. What do you mean you can't marry me? Tyler and I have been talking every day for the past month, really talking about life and dreams and what we want our futures to look like. She wiped her eyes, smearing her mascara. I thought what we had was love, but it's not. It's just comfortable, safe. Tyler makes me feel alive in a way I'd forgotten was possible. Tyler makes you feel alive. The guy you haven't seen in 10 years, 11 years, and yes, he does. We have this connection that transcends time and distance. It's like we're meant to be together, like the universe kept us apart so we could find each other when we were ready. I stared at her, this woman I'd planned to spend my life with, spouting romantic movie dialogue like it was profound wisdom. The universe? Emma, this is reality, not a romance novel. You wouldn't understand. You've never experienced a love like this. You're right. I've never experienced falling in love with someone else while I was engaged to marry a different person. She flinched but pushed forward. I know this is hard, but we can't ignore what's happening here. Tyler and I are soulmates. We always have been. Where is Tyler now? Still in California? She hesitated. Actually, he's back in town. He moved back a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago? And you didn't think to mention this. I didn't want to upset you unnecessarily, but you're okay with canceling our wedding 3 weeks beforehand. I know the timing is terrible, but I can't live a lie. I can't marry you when my heart belongs to someone else. I sat there for a long moment, processing. 3 years together, a house we'd made into a home, wedding invitations already sent, deposits paid, her student loans that I'd been covering for 18 months, all of it reduced to my heart belongs to someone else. So what happens now? I asked. Tyler and I are going to take things slow, see where this leads. I'll move out obviously, but I was hoping we could still be friends. Eventually. And your student loans? She looked confused. What about them? I've been paying them for a year and a half. Are you planning to take that over? Well, I mean, I can't afford the full payments on a teacher's salary. I was hoping you could help me transition gradually. I actually laughed. You want to leave me for your high school boyfriend, but you want me to keep paying your bills. It's not like that. You offered to help with the loans. You said you wanted to support my career, but when we were getting married, when your debt was going to become our debt. But you know how hard it is for teachers financially. I can't just suddenly take on $850 a month. Then maybe you should have thought about that before deciding to follow your heart. The conversation went in circles for another hour. Emma couldn't understand why I wouldn't continue supporting her transition into her new life. In her mind, my feelings for her should make me want to help her be happy, even if it wasn't with me. She kept using phrases like, if you really love me, and for the sake of what we had together. I went to bed that night on the couch, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out where the hell my life had gone off the rails. The next morning, Emma was already gone when I woke up. She'd left a note saying she was staying with her friend Jessica while she figured things out. The note also mentioned that she'd really appreciate if I could cover the student loan payment due next week, just until she could adjust her budget. The casual way she asked for money after destroying our relationship was breathtaking. I called in sick to work and spent the day canceling wedding vendors. Lost most of the deposits, obviously. Venue kept $3,500. The photographer kept $1,200. The florist was cool about it and refunded everything except $300. Total losses. Around $8,000 down the drain because Emma found her soulmate on Facebook. That evening, I called my buddy Marcus, who works in it at the school district. I need a favor, I told him. Can you look up some employment records for me? Depends what you need. A guy named Tyler Morrison. Emma says he's back in town. Marcus was quiet for a moment. Ryan, you sure you want to go down this road? Just tell me what you can find. An hour later, Marcus called back. Tyler Morrison, age 29, hired as a substitute teacher 3 weeks ago. Home address is 1247 Oak Street. Oak Street. I knew that address. It was a low-income apartment complex on the south side of town, not exactly where a successful tech worker would live. The complex was known for high turnover, broken air conditioning, and residents who kept their cars running in case they needed to make a quick exit. The next day, I did some digging on my own. Public records are surprisingly easy to access when you know where to look. Tyler Morrison had filed for bankruptcy in California 2 years ago. He'd been evicted from his last apartment for non-payment of rent. He had 3 outstanding warrants for unpaid traffic tickets and a suspended driver's license. Even more interesting, marriage license on file with the county clerk's office. Tyler Morrison married Cassandra Williams 4 years ago. No divorce decree filed. Tyler was married. I sat in my truck outside the Oak Street apartments that evening, debating what to do with this information. Around 6 p.m. I saw him. Average height, thinning brown hair, wearing a polo shirt and khakis that had seen better days. He was carrying a bag of fast food and struggling with a key that didn't want to work in his apartment door. He looked nothing like the successful, artistic dreamboat Emma had been describing. This was Emma's soulmate. This was the guy who was going to give her the intellectual stimulation and artistic fulfillment I supposedly couldn't provide. I followed him for the next few days, keeping my distance. His routine was pathetic. Substitute teaching when they called him, which wasn't often. Hanging out at the public library using their free internet. Shopping at dollar stores. Eating fast food. His car was a beat-up 2009 Honda Civic with a cracked windshield and temporary tags. The muffler was shot. I could hear him coming from 3 blocks away. On Friday, I watched him meet Emma at a coffee shop downtown. She lit up when she saw him, practically bouncing in her seat as they talked. He looked tired and distracted, checking his phone constantly. When the bill came, Emma paid. I watched her slide her credit card across the table without him even reaching for his wallet. That's when I knew I had him. Saturday morning, I called Emma. "We need to talk about the house," I said. "And your stuff." "Oh, Ryan, I'm so glad you called. I was hoping we could discuss things rationally." "Sure, but not over the phone. Can you come by around 2? Of course, I've really missed the house. And Max." Max was our cat. Well, my cat that she'd claimed joint custody of despite never paying for food or vet bills. At exactly 2 p.m., Emma showed up with Tyler in tow. I'd been expecting this. She wanted moral support and probably wanted Tyler to see the house she'd been living in. Maybe she thought seeing my home would impress him, show him what kind of life she was used to. Emma looked amazing. New haircut, makeup perfectly done, wearing a dress I'd never seen before. Tyler looked exactly like he had all week. Tired, uncomfortable, and slightly confused about why he was there. "Tyler, this is Ryan," Emma said brightly. "Ryan, Tyler," we shook hands. His grip was weak and he couldn't maintain eye contact. "Nice place," Tyler said, looking around the living room, very traditional. I could see Emma cringe slightly at his lack of enthusiasm. She'd been hoping for a bigger reaction. Maybe some jealousy or appreciation for what she was giving up. "Thanks. Built most of the interior myself. Emma's been living here for almost 2 years. I gestured to the couch. "Please sit down." Emma perched on the edge of the cushion, Tyler beside her looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. So I said, settling into my chair, "I've been thinking about what you said, Emma, about your student loans." Her face brightened. "Really? I knew you'd understand once you had time to process everything." "Oh, I understand perfectly. You want to start a new life with Tyler, but you want me to subsidize it." Tyler shifted uncomfortably. "Look, man, I don't think." "Actually, Tyler, I'm curious about something. Emma says you work in tech. What company?" "Well, I'm between positions right now." "He's transitioning careers," Emma jumped in. "He's focusing on his art while he figures out his next move." Article right. "And where are you living these days, Tyler?" "I've got a place on Oak Street, just temporary while I get established." "The Oak Meadow Complex, Unit 15B." Tyler went pale. "How did you?" "Public records. Amazing what you can find online these days, like marriage licenses, for instance." Emma looked confused. "Marriage licenses. Tyler Morrison married Cassandra Williams on June 15, 2019. No divorce decree on file." "Congratulations, Emma. You're the other woman." The silence that followed was spectacular. Emma's face went through about 6 different emotions in 10 seconds. Tyler looked like he wanted to disappear through the floor. "That's not. I mean, we're separated," Tyler stammered. "It's complicated." "Separated but still married," I clarified. "With 2 kids, according to your bankruptcy filing from California. Kids who are apparently living with your wife while you pursue your artistic dreams in Tennessee." Emma turned to stare at Tyler. "You have children. It's not what you think." "What I think," I interrupted, "is that you moved back here because you're broke, homeless, and figured you could manipulate your high school girlfriend into supporting you, just like I've been doing for the past 18 months. "That's not true," Emma protested, but her voice lacked conviction. I pulled out a folder I'd prepared. Tyler's employment record with the school district. 3 weeks as a substitute teacher, $90 per day when called. His apartment lease month to month, $650 rent 2 months behind. Credit report showing maxed out cards and collections accounts. I slid the papers across the coffee table. Emma picked them up with shaking hands. "You told me you worked in tech," she whispered. "I did work in tech. For a while, things didn't work out. You told me you were an artist. I am an artist. The market is tough right now. You told me you were single. Cassie and I are getting divorced. It's just taking time to finalize." Emma looked like she was going to be sick. Tyler was sweating, clearly calculating how quickly he could get out of there. Here's what's going to happen, I said calmly. Emma, you have until Sunday evening to get all your stuff out of my house. After that, I'm donating whatever's left to Goodwill. Ryan, please, let's talk about this. And the student loans, you're on your own. I've already called the loan servicer and removed my automatic payment authorization. You can't do that, I can't afford. That's Tyler's problem now. He's your soulmate, right? I'm sure he'll figure something out. Tyler was already standing up. Look, I think there's been some misunderstanding here. The only misunderstanding, I said, standing to face him, is Emma thinking you were anything other than a deadbeat looking for a meal ticket. Get out of my house. Emma, come on, Tyler said, tugging at her arm. We should go, but Emma wasn't moving. She was staring at the papers in her hands, tears streaming down her face. This is all wrong, she whispered. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. No, I agreed. It was supposed to happen at our wedding in front of our families after I'd wasted more years supporting someone who saw me as a bank account with a pulse. That finally got her moving. She stood up shakily, still clutching the papers. I need time to think about all this. You had time to think. You chose Tyler. Now you get to live with Tyler's reality instead of mine. I walked them to the door and watched Tyler's piece of crap Honda struggle to start in my driveway. Through the windshield, I could see Emma crying while Tyler gestured angrily, probably blaming me for ruining their reunion. That night, I called my dad. Emma called off the wedding, I told him, for her high school boyfriend. Dad was quiet for a moment. I'm sorry, son. That's rough. The guy's married with kids, broke, living in a shitty apartment, but Emma thought he was her ticket to a better life. Sounds like she got exactly what she deserved then. I've been paying her student loans for a year and a half. She expected me to keep paying them even after she left. Dad actually laughed. The ball's on some people. What did you tell her? I told her she was on her own. Good man. Your mother would have liked that. Mom had died when I was in college. Dad raised me to stand up for myself and not let people take advantage of my good nature. I could almost hear her voice. You can't buy someone's love, honey, but you sure can rent their attention. Sunday evening came and went. Emma never showed up to get her stuff. Monday morning, I started loading her belongings into my truck. Clothes, books, decorations she'd brought to make the house more feminine. All of it went to Goodwill. I kept one thing, the engagement ring which she'd left on the kitchen counter in a moment of drama. Tuesday, Emma called me at work. You can't just throw away my things. Some of that stuff was expensive. I gave you a deadline, you missed it. I was processing everything. I needed time. You've had 3 years to process. How much more time do you need? I want my things back. Then you should have picked them up when I told you to. She started crying. Ryan, please, I'm staying on Jessica's couch. I don't have anywhere to put my stuff anyway. What happened to Tyler's place? Long pause, it's small. And he's got some roommate issues he's working through. Roommate issues, right. Probably couldn't afford his share of the rent. That sounds like a Tyler problem. Please don't be like this. I know I made mistakes, but I thought we were friends. Friends don't abandon each other 3 weeks before their wedding for married deadbeats they knew in high school. He's getting divorced. When? He's been separated for how long, and he still hasn't filed papers. Silence. Emma, the guy is using you. He needed a place to crash and someone to pay his bills, so he looked up his old girlfriends on Facebook until he found one stupid enough to fall for it. That's not true. Then why isn't he helping with your student loans? Why are you calling me instead of your soulmate? More silence. Because he can't help, she finally admitted. He's having some temporary financial difficulties. He's broke, Emma. He's been broke for years. Check his credit report. I can't afford to run a credit report. Gee, if only you knew someone who'd been paying your bills for the past year and a half. I hung up on her. That afternoon, my buddy Marcus called with an update. Tyler Morrison's last day substitute teaching was yesterday, he said. Turns out he's not coming back. Did they fire him? Nah, he just stopped showing up. Word is his wife tracked him down. She's been calling the school looking for him, something about unpaid child support. Cassandra, the wife Tyler, claimed he was divorcing. Anything else? Yeah, he applied for food stamps last week, and there's a garnishment order for his wages. What few wages he has. Everything was falling apart for Tyler faster than I'd expected. Good. Wednesday evening, Emma showed up at my door again, this time alone. She looked terrible. Hair unwashed, wearing the same clothes she'd had on 2 days earlier. Dark circles under her eyes. Can I come in, please? Against my better judgment, I let her into the entryway, but no further. Tyler's gone, she said without preamble. Gone where, I don't know. His phone goes straight to voicemail. The apartment manager says he moved out yesterday owing 2 months' rent. What about your epic love story? Don't be an ass. But she said it without conviction, like she was going through the motions. What do you want, Emma? I want to come home. I actually laughed. Home? This isn't your home. You made that clear when you chose Tyler. I made a mistake. A huge, stupid mistake. Tyler wasn't who I thought he was. No kidding. I realize now that what we had was real, was good. I got confused by all the romantic fantasy bullshit. But what we built together was solid and lasting and boring. Don't forget boring. You said I made you feel trapped. She winced. I was wrong. You made me feel secure, safe, loved, past tense. It doesn't have to be past tense. We can work through this. Couples therapy, whatever you want. I stared at her for a long moment. Emma, do you understand what you're asking me? I'm asking for another chance. You're asking me to take you back after you left me for another man. A married man with kids, 3 weeks before our wedding. After I'd supported you financially for 18 months. I know it looks bad. It doesn't look bad. It is bad. It's the worst possible behavior from someone who claimed to love me. I do love you. You love what I provide. You love having someone pay your bills and fix your problems. You don't love me. That's not true. If it's not true, then why are you here? Tyler's been gone for 2 days and you're already at my door. If you loved me, you wouldn't have left in the first place. She started crying again. Please, Ryan, I have nowhere else to go. You have parents, you have friends, you have a job. My parents are disappointed in me. Jessica is getting tired of me sleeping on her couch and my job. She trailed off. What about your job? There might be some complications. Tyler and I we were seen together at school events. The principal asked some questions about our relationship timeline. Of course, small town, small school district. Everyone knows everyone's business. A teacher having an affair with a married substitute was exactly the kind of scandal that could ruin a career, so you might lose your job. I might be asked to resign for the good of the school's reputation, leaving you with no income and $89,000 in student loans, leaving me with nothing. She whispered. We stood there in silence for a moment. I felt bad for her. I'm not a monster, but I also felt a cold satisfaction that her choices were catching up with her. I'm sorry. I said finally, but I can't help you can't or won't both. So that's it. 3 years together means nothing. It meant everything to me right up until you decided it meant nothing to you. She turned to leave, then paused the student loans just until I get back on my feet, please. No, I'll pay you back with what income? I'll figure something out. You should have figured it out before you blew up your life. She left without another word. I watched through the window as she got into her car, a 2016 Camry that I'd helped her buy 2 years ago. She sat there for a few minutes, probably crying before finally driving away. I poured myself a drink and sat in my dad's old recliner scratching Max behind the ears. The house felt bigger without Emma's clutter everywhere, but also emptier. I'd loved her, genuinely loved her, and part of me still did. But love isn't enough when the other person sees you as a safety net instead of a partner. 2 weeks later, Marcus called with more news. Emma Peters resigned from the school district, he said, effective immediately. Forced out. Officially, she's pursuing other opportunities. Unofficially, the parents were starting to ask questions about her relationship with Tyler, and the school board decided it was easier to let her go quietly. So Emma was unemployed, single, and facing $850 monthly loan payments on zero income. Part of me felt guilty for not helping her. Part of me felt vindicated that she was finally experiencing consequences for her choices. 3 weeks after that, I ran into Emma at the grocery store. She was working as a cashier, wearing a uniform polo shirt and looking exhausted. When she saw me, her face flushed red. Ryan, Emma, how are you doing? I'm fine, just fine, but she obviously wasn't. She looked like she'd lost weight and her hands were shaking slightly as she scanned my items. You working here full-time now? For now, until I figure out my next step. Grocery store cashiers in our area make maybe $12 an hour. Even full-time, that's less than $30,000 a year before taxes. Nowhere near enough to cover her loan payments. That's good, I said, meaning it. Honest work. She looked up at me sharply, maybe expecting sarcasm, but I was being genuine. Any job was better than no job. As I was leaving, she called after me. Ryan, I turned back. Tyler's wife found him in Alabama. She had him arrested for unpaid child support. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? I thought about it. Yeah, actually I am. Not for Tyler, he made his choices. But I'm sorry you got caught up in his mess. She nodded, tears forming in her eyes. I thought he was different. That we had something special. You did have something special. With me. You just didn't appreciate it until it was gone. That was the last time I spoke to Emma. 6 months later, I heard through the grapevine that she'd moved back in with her parents and was working 2 part-time jobs while trying to get her teaching license reinstated. The student loan payments had gone into forbearance, but the interest was still accumulating. Her debt was now over $95,000. As for me, I kept the house, obviously. Started dating again after a few months. Nothing serious, just getting back out there. I learned to cook better, spent more time with friends, took up woodworking as a hobby, built a workshop in my garage and started making furniture just like my dad. The engagement ring. I sold it and used the money for a down payment on a rental property. Real estate seemed like a better investment than diamonds. I'm doing fine now. Better than fine, actually. The house feels like home again instead of a showcase for someone else's dreams. Max is happy having the attention of only one human. My bank account is growing instead of shrinking. Sometimes I think about Emma and wonder how different things might have been if she'd appreciated what we had instead of chasing what she thought she wanted. But then I remember Tyler and Emma's casual dismissal of everything I'd worked for, and I realize I dodged a bullet. Some lessons are expensive, but they're worth learning. Better to find out who someone really is before the wedding than after. And Tyler. Last I heard, he was in jail in Alabama, facing criminal charges for failure to pay child support. Turns out being an artist doesn't pay the bills, especially when you have 2 kids and an ex-wife who knows where to find you. Emma's soulmate turned out to be exactly what I said he was, a deadbeat looking for someone else to solve his problems. She just chose to learn that lesson the hard way. That's all Reddit. Sometimes the best revenge is just stepping back and letting people face the consequences of their own choices. Emma wanted Tyler instead of me. She got Tyler instead of me. Everything that came with that was her decision to own. I'm just glad I found out who she really was before I legally tied my future to hers.